Welcome world, good afternoon, good evening and welcome everybody. We have another live stream tonight. Welcome James, welcome James, welcome James. Good evening, thank you very much for joining. Hope all is well. Thought I would give live streaming a shot tonight. I have a couple of bits and bobs. Swindon, and welcome Andy, second one in, I think. And Carthor, hello everybody. Hello everybody. Thank you very much for joining us. Good turnout. Three people in already. 4, 5. Let's us repair. Thank you very much for joining in. Hello, hello, hello. Good evening, everyone. Thought we would have a stream Monday night. Get us over the weekend. Set us up for the week. Got some bangs and crackles and pops later on with fireworks or my streams. I'm not sure which. Where I electrocute myself or burn myself on my tools. Just a quick note. I've had issues with my audio again today. I've been trying to adjust it as a couple of people said it was too quiet. Now looking at the VU meter, it does seem to be peaking into the yellow. Just about going on to the red, but I've messed around with the noise gate and some other things I really ain't got a clue. So I was hoping that it does sound okay. So if anybody is having issues or don't think the audio is good, please let me know. Sounds perfect to me. Thank you very much, Andy. Brilliant, fantastic. I've set it so hopefully I cut out the hot air and the extractor, which is just there because it's right next to obviously the microphone and whatnot. So I'm hoping it cuts all that out. So we will get on with that. So we have. Hi Dave, how are you? We have several things to repair tonight. We've had a part turn up for this, what we did start one of the other streams, and it's this little thingy, this little piggy down here, which is that little chip there. Just a tiny ickle one, which we believed at the time was something to do with the display. So that chip has now arrived from our friends in a galaxy far, far away. They've kindly sent 2 of them. They know I'm terrible and probably destroy the first one. So we have that one. We have a returning fan favourite. And didn't know this when I was working on this the other night, that was the donor board. That was the board which we couldn't figure out how to repair, but didn't realise I'd got a third one. So this one, I believe, has a different fault. So if I'm really feeling depressed, I might have a look at that. And might just get somewhere better, because we've now got two donor boards to go with that and 3 screens. So we have other things to play with. And also I have one I want to start with, because this is a nice easy one. Just to ease it in on the screen. This is a hard drive replacement. Did one of these the other night. Just let everyone settle down, have a chat whilst I tootle away and work away, because we can never say what's going to walk through the door. But I thought, if I do this, at least it'll give us something to get on with. Hi 8-bit. Good evening. Andy, Dave, guys, who brought back PS5s? Had a working port, most likely bad cable. My soldering was good. I watched Rusty Russ, I know he's not on. He did a cracking job of that PS5 port. Wow, what a cracking job he did of that. I know there's a lot of people in here who can do it. Certainly better than I could do it. Did a cracking job of it. Oh, take these screws out quickly. Got fireworks starting already outside. Like it's Christmas. Like it's Christmas. I've got a fancy. He has come such a. I mean, I've not followed. Dog fireworks, she's whining already. I've not been watching him long, but he seems pretty efficient with his skill. He did a cracking job. Really neat work, nice and clean. To get that tiny capacitor on. Again, I know there's some seasoned pros in here, but them small caps are certainly not the easiest to get placed with hot air. Yeah, credit where credit's due. Did a cracking job. This is more my level. Ripping an hard drive out, putting a new one in. Yeah, it's a work in progress. I think we all are. I'm certainly a work in progress. Don't know if I can progress that far to get onto Russ's level, let alone anything else. Gonna get a piece of sticky tape because. Hi Falcon. Good evening. Good evening, and welcome, Falcon. Please excuse the dog barking. She's only joining in. She's feeling a bit left out. She never gets to say anything on stream. She's doing a solo act. She might do a few renditions tonight because the fireworks are setting her off. So, there we go. I'll just calm her down. Do apologise. Just put it on mute 1 second while I tell. Sorry guys, she's calmed down now. She's not a lover of fireworks. Not a lover at all of the old bang bangs. I think she wants her own starring role. What it is. Evening Pico. Go Pico. She's still moaning and complaining. So we're going to upgrade this to from a 128 up to a 512. Quick install of Windows 11. So not too much hassle on this at all, and looks crystal clean. Put this on, put into Ventoy, which always works wonderful. We'll get her turned on. Blowing her ear a few times. 12 people in chat already. Wow, doing well for Monday night. Coronation Street not on yet. Is that what it is? We've all tuned into middle age crisis, man. Wow. See if we can get Ventoy up and running. I will flip it over to my HDMI as and when it wakes up, but we know all fun that we had the other night with this, didn't we? And ended up bringing our stream down, but we'll give it another shot. We'll give it another shot. Flick that over to that. So we might get it appearing in bottom right hand corner. Right, I'm not going to guarantee anything, but when we do, we do. A few people, I was watching Big Clive, don't know how many you watch, subscribe to him, and he was saying quite a lot of his subscribers have been complaining that they've been unsubscribed to his channel, and they were saying it was, in the comments, that it was something to do with the YouTube handles changing and things like that. So whether that's part of that, I don't know. Don't know at all. Well, this ain't good. Cycling in some type of boot. Get into the cold BIOS. No, definitely not powering on off like that. We'll see if we can get into the. It doesn't seem to be wanting to do that. I might just need to give it another quick reset. Give it another. Because I don't think there's a reset pin on this. There's no reset pin on it. Let's just pop the case back off and we'll give it a reset. Just making me smile. I don't know if it's too early in the night for this one. I got I got jumped by 3 guys earlier on. I did manage to knock one out though. In hindsight, I think it was a little bit of a wrong time for having a wank. Or a joke I had earlier. I thought that was really funny. That's my 6th sense of humour. I do apologise if it's offended anybody. Apologise, really. I think I've seen all the English version GPUs videos on YouTube. I've got 2 and I've been messing with for a while. First time though, I'm still trying to learn. Thanks, Wyndon. Hot Mama's Cowboy. I've got a couple of GPU videos. Hot Mama. I've got a couple of. I've got a 6800X somewhat or other AMD, and I've got a 3070 Ti video. Please don't watch them because I don't repair either of them. But yeah, I have got 2 videos out. Get that disconnected. I hope you're laughing at my joke because I thought that joke was really funny. I'll apologise for your sense of humour. I've seen them already. Too late. I've watched them. You're like learning, so it's all good. Yeah, I am learning. Learning. So yeah, there was another joke as well, and it was like in my younger days, I used to date twins. People used to say that was risky. How could you tell them apart? And I used to say it was easy. Rachel used to tie her hair up, and Gary had a cock. But then again, that's another story. So we've done a quick BIOS reset on that speaker there. Get this back up and running. Don't leave small plastic bags. Do a fume extractor while they're on. I leave too many things in front of me fume extractor while they're on. I don't even use fume extractors now. It makes me in a happy mood if I don't. Let's get this plugged back in. We have life. We have a bid chat. Uncle Soren coming back to see us, isn't he? Oh, please don't do this again to me. I'm not even going into BIOS. What time? Well, there's been some debate. If you are talking to me, that's in line with the dad joke there. Yeah, there's been some debate whether I'm going to be streaming until midnight or gone midnight. I have had an agreement with Nick that I would only stream until midnight, but I've got a funny feeling that it might be a bit later. This was supposed to be a quick and easy job, and it's turning into everything other than a quick and easy job. There was another joke on the same. I went so red. There was another joke on the same video that I saw, and it was going to get another hard drive. That weren't the joke. It was. I walked up to a woman in a bar and I said, "Can I smell your fanny?" She went, "That's disgusting." "No, you can't." He says, "Must be your feet I can smell then." Well, that's an old one. We've all heard that one before. Let's take that out because it just don't want to play right with that one. So I'm going to just put a... I'm going to put an SSD in it rather than a M2, which is what originally the customer had come in for. So I've got it given for today. So we'll put an SSD in it. We'll save all that for another day. I tried another solder earlier on. Wow, it's a bit fragrant and a bit pongy. Is pongy a word? I don't know if it is, but it's a bit fragrant. It's a Chinese one. I ain't got a clue. I think they've been putting some poppy seeds in it. Definitely a little bit more spicy than my current one. Even fume extractor we're singing. I lost viewers with that. I did actually. I did, but I've just gained another 3. Going backwards. Backwards and forwards. They don't appreciate humour. They don't appreciate raw entertainment. Oh dear. Right, I'm just going to plug this in, just see if, because I was thinking it might be the M2 that I put in, causing it not to post for whatever silly reason. So we'll just we'll stick that like that and just see if it will give me a post into BIOS, like so. We have picture. Scared him away. Ah, it's better. Must have been that M2. Wonder if it's just a faulty drive. Give that a try at another stage. Yeah, we've got a BIOS. Sounds good. Pull that. Plug the old battery. Don't plug battery in yet. We want to put carry on it. So what's everyone got planned for bonfire night? Do we celebrate it? Do we have fireworks? Do we have a party? Are you going to an organised one? Me in the past, I've always gone a bit overboard on it. I've always been the one who's gone like, wow, got to get a load of fireworks, got to do this, got to do that, and then you spend an absolute arm and a leg, a few fingers and toes, and then you realise after you've invested several £100s in fireworks, it's all gone up in a matter of moments, which I know is good, but oh, cranky, it's expensive. I used to have a contact that would get me things cheap because he worked at a firework wholesalers, but even so, it was still an expensive thing to do. I just wonder how Guy Fawkes ordered it originally. Oh, there's another one outside. Your dainty ears are protected from that. Hey, Swindon, don't leave. Oh, we've done that one. Reading the chat. Got another video going live tomorrow that I've recorded today. Hopefully, it should go live in the early afternoon. Trying to rack my amount of VODs up and get some people watching. Give them some entertainment. I think I've scheduled it for about 1:30 when Andy goes on his break, when there's a lunch. I need to get some command things set up, don't I? I do like that, and you've got Andy where James has got a little one. That makes me laugh every time they play it. I did. At first, I thought he must have been stood with you, repeating himself in the background. Then I realised it were a soundboard. That's a bit of a green thing to say, I know, but yeah, I thought it was actually stood over your shoulder saying it. Why is he saying that to him? That can't be quite right. Let's have a read of this. Hey, PCDD, been chatting with your buddy Tony. I actually bought one of those short pulse things from him. Still waiting for it to come in so I can test it out. Yeah, they are excellent. Mine is sat. Oh, mine's version 1. You've probably got version 2. I modified mine extremely badly and put a big resistor on the speaker to make it a bit quieter. I know on version 2, which is probably what you've got. Evening Sparta, thanks for joining. You've probably got the one with the on and off switch, but these are excellent. If anybody doesn't know what it is, and I don't think anybody in chat will not know, they are a pulse short detector. I've used it 2 or 3 times. I think I've only used it once on stream. I want to get it rigged up a little bit different, so I've got it mounted on something, so I can just turn it on and use it rather than keeping it loose. But yeah, really effective. Tony's got that on his stream, on his channel, Symbol Tech. But yeah, I think you'll be mightily impressed with it. I did message him the other day, and he said we were sending one out to the States. So I presume that is you, Mama, with a name like that. Hot Mama's Cowboys. we've got that plugged in. Let's lift her up and just see if we can get into something resembling a boot screen. Yeah, we are. I will get HDMI up and running. Yeah, we need to turn secure boot off. If I can just get that pointed at the screen a little bit. Sorry about the wobbly cam. You'll have to just look at my really untidy desk. Emerald key from disk. Yes, Ventoy. Nobody knows what Ventoy is. That's can't multitask. Really sorry, can't multitask. Yes, it enables you to put multiple ISOs onto one drive. I use the 1 terabyte disks drives, and it enables you to put multiple. You'll see them all pop up now, and it'll segment it so you can just keep them, adding them into root, and it automatically detects them. Just lets you come to a boot menu and select whichever one you want. Works amazingly well. Windows 11 is going on this one. Okay, it's too long at all. The US of A. I might be showing my ignorance here. But Mama, are you a creator as well? A streamer? That's Sergey Strelic. I use the same, Dave. Sorry for changing subject. I use the same. I've used it for a number of years now. I find it excellent, and I find it better than Medicat as well. And what's the other one I used to use? It used to be really bloated, and they update it regularly a couple of times a year, don't they, as well? And it just does everything you ever need it to do. There's some questionable software on there, as you're probably aware, Dave. But yeah, I use it all the time. It's excellent. The only bad thing about the live streams for me is they're during the middle of the working day. Got to run, but you're correct. Version 2, I've got coming to me. Yeah. It's a good one version. And you can do secure boot now with the new ones. Yeah, I do secure boot and well, secure boot's with Ventoy, isn't it? I write one. Well, I've got 3 versions. I do one for GPT and secure boot, one for legacy, and there's another version I've got as well. I've got four drives, but I use 3 drives for different boot processors on. And I've got one with a load of older stuff on, legacy stuff as well, like Windows XP and so on, just in case. To do that, I did download SDIO, whatever it was, Snappy Dragon, I think Sparta, and I can't remember. I think it might have been Falcon recommended the other night. That is an amazing thing to do. Oh, it's good. Not recognising this either. So wonderful. So at the moment, this easy repair is turning into a not easy repair. So we'll bang it back onto there. There we go. We're going into it now. I stopped doing computer work pretty much. No customers. Yeah, and that's probably probably a good 90 odd, high 90% of my business. Not board repairs and things like that, but other aspects of computer and IT. Yeah, that Snappy's brilliant. That Snappy toolkit. I ain't used it on a computer yet. I downloaded it and played with it the other day on my machine, and downloaded the recommended driver packs from the link that Sparta sent me. And yeah, it looks phenomenal. Loads of drivers on it as well. And I think it's one of those, unless you know it exists, I never even contemplated to get anything like that. So yeah, really, this ain't good. It's not doing what it should be doing. This really good for what it is. Be the guinea pig for testing it across the pond, will you? I think once you get people over there looking at it, it might be onto a bit of a winner. I do think it's a cracking piece of kit, and I'm sure when you get your hands on it, you'll agree. Cleverly thought out, cleverly engineered, and cleverly put together. Yeah, really is a good one. Dear me. So this is not installing. Why? The ultimate question. Just exit this, use diskpart and get rid of the Shift F10. Disk ART LIST disk cell disk 0, and I wonder if it's the disk it doesn't like. That disk 0 just doesn't seem to want to play in ball. Want to be selecting that, does it? I think this might have other issues. No. You're gonna clean? An SSD taking this long to clean? Now that definitely doesn't seem right. See if I can zoom down onto the screen a little bit, just so you can read what I am typing and see what I am doing. That's the best we're going to get. This has got a crucial SSD in, but even diskpart doesn't like the disk. There's no way at all that should be taking that long just to do a clean command diskpart. Run me other. Run me other Ventoid disk and give that a shot in a second. Yeah, definitely doesn't like it. Not at all. We will be getting on to the board fix of the gaming laptop as soon as I've got this one out of the way. I'll give this another 10 minutes or so. If yeah, I think it's bad drive if it's slow. I would agree. Just come out of the pack. But you do get them DOA, don't you? Grab another one. Fortunately, I have put. Yeah, I think that one's not very well. It's still trying to do the clean. Let's turn it off. Unplug. Only trouble if I flip that to that, we will go to the streams again. Do that. Disconnect the battery. Put it in. Yeah, if this part isn't playing ball with that either. Definitely something not right there. That's 2 drives. It's first one was SSD. That was the M2. I don't think I'm going to bother fixing this one in straight away. I think I'll leave the screws and see what's what. Definitely not right. Connectors are in okay. Another drive out quickly. Put that in there. Won't bother putting this in the caddy. I'll just get it in. I'll raw dog it. Dogging it? No. Something like that. What do you call it when you do it off the cuff? Not raw dogging. Is it raw dogging? No. Don't know. I'll have to ask the fish. If we get any better up with this one. Get a USB stuck in it and get my head under camera. Let's see if we get any picture. We have picture. We have a LED. We have a picture. Yeah. So it's saying when you try and rush and you just think, it's dead easy, this. Dead easy. I'll get this back. I'll just start it off and then we'll a bit version of Windows 11 I'm trying to put on. I have had it where it won't it won't install Windows 11 on 24H2. I tend to use 24H2. I don't know what other people's view are. I tend to use 24H2 because I find it the most versatile for installation. On not that I like Windows 11, not that I choose to install it on my own, but it seems to be a better one. Plus, it's a bit of a pain to reconfigure the ISOs each time. Still don't. Ah, bit better. At least mousepad works. It's not an HP, I suppose. Let's do that. It did this last time, and then get it on to something like. So at least we can see what. Seem to be wanting to play. 100% just gone through. It must be a faulty drive. Must be a faulty drive. So I'll strip this one down. Get that one RMA'd. I'm using IoT Enterprise. Have you seen what you can do with the Windows 10 IoT build? You can actually extend the support for 10 years, or about 8 years it is now, rather than moving to Windows 11. That might be something I will explore because I don't really want to go to Windows 11. Is that yeah? So it'd be Windows 11 IoT Enterprise. Oh, LTS. So yeah, you're using that one. It yeah, they do strip it down a lot, don't they, for the Enterprise IoT versions. I think that's one good thing. I have debloated my my 10 and 11 on these scripts, not to put a load of the Windows crap on. But there's so much telemetry sending back. It just nothing wrong with Windows 11. Do you mean that, Dave? Or are you being contentious? I don't know. Because some people love it. Some people don't mind it. I just can't get my head around it. Can't get my head around it. I think fundamentally it's got a lot going for it right, but I just don't like the feel. Old Notepad, Paint and Calculator it comes with, all of which you can uninstall if you don't want them. Yeah, have you tried the XML scripts? Because you can uninstall part of the, or just don't install initially through the script. That's how I have mine configured. Yeah, the longer you prolong it, the more you don't know about it. Just accept it. I think it will be. Any place you go, any job you'll get will be Windows 11. I think you're right. I think it's a bit like dentist. You tend to put up with toothache, and then you just have to go and get the pain, aren't you? But yeah, I just can't. I've got it. I've got 4 OSs. It boots to my main PC. And Windows 11 is one of them. I use it very, very occasionally. I can't remember the last time I booted into it. So it is. It is there. I got a very early beta release several years ago now. So yeah. I mean, I do tend to work on a lot of. I'm never going to Windows 11 now. 12 was supposed to be out. I went to Windows 11 on my streaming PC on the day of the Switch. I think 10th, 14. But honestly, I had no issues. Yeah, the vast majority probably people haven't had issues. I just see a lot of niggles with it. I know they had a lot of graphical issues, didn't they, on a lot of PCs. And if we put that to one side of all the hardware requirements, there were still driver issues, and there still is now. Yeah, but 12 was supposed to be out. I was reading that 12 was going to be out last year for PC manufacturers, and that got delayed, and now they're saying Q4 this year for 12, which is good considering 10 was going to be the last operating system that Microsoft released, as they said. Don't know what 12 is going to hold out. Should be interesting though, if Windows 12 does come out at the end of the year. Are they just going to bring it out because they've kind of put a few more nails in the coffin of Windows 10? But it'll still hold a torch for a lot of people, like Windows XP does. Because I feel it's probably one of the best operating systems they've ever brought out as it is now. Not initially, because it had its own problems. I don't think Windows 11's really managed to find its feet. I think you're right. It is going to be the base architecture. Windows 11 seemed more like a patch or a big upgrade and a bit of a facelift. They just put some makeup on it and made it look a bit different. It reminded me very much of Windows Millennium compared to Windows 98. It was just like, people liked 98 for what it was. I mean, comparing it today, it's not, but back then it were pretty much the better choice, and then they brought Millennium out to look a bit better and a little bit this, just to sell more copies, and I felt that's what they did with Windows 11. I'm still running 3.1. Yeah, you keep on with Windows 3.1. Yeah, Windows 3.1. You will get access to. You've got networking. You will get access to modems and things like that if you just move up a couple of years. There's us moaning about that, and he ain't even got Notepad on his. Or a right-click button. Did you get right-click on Windows 3.1? I thought right-click came in on Windows 95, actually. Windows 1. Windows 1. Oh, we seem to be getting a bit further on this one now. I'll do like I did the other night, gents. I'll just get this to the Windows Update stage, then I'll bail and put it to one side, and we will start the main event, which I'm quite looking forward to, because we have got the bits in, and I was getting my laptops confused the other day, so I am looking forward to this. And if we do have the time, I would love to have another look at the MacBook. To see if we can do it with the new MacBook, not just the other one we've got. So that MacBook Air, it'll be 4 screens from as well. So yeah, well, they're all dusty, but we've got screens as well. And if I ain't got enough spare parts to go around now with 3 or maybe even 4 donor boards, I'm doing something seriously wrong. Which I very much doubt whether I'm not doing it wrong anyway. Probably am. Probably am. Just a moment. Thankfully, it won't take me to the create a Microsoft account so we can track every movement. Beep, boop. Should allow me to straight bypass it. It'll fill all the questionnaire in for me, telling me I don't want to do any diagnostics. I do not want to do this, and I do not want to do that. So fortunately, we should be able to bypass an awful lot with the script that I've put on. The Excel thing I put on. I wonder what vision they've got for an operating system in years to come. Think of where we were to where we are now. I know AI plays a big part in it, but voice control never really took off for it, and it still doesn't. Nobody wants to use Cortana. Pretty much like a bad date, isn't she? Just can't get rid of her, and she don't want to go home, but she's next to useless. So yeah, she's never going to come to the forefront, Cortana, I don't think. I wonder what vision they have got for the next operating system. Because can they really add a lot more features to it? What we don't want, what we don't need? Don't know if they can. I mean, some would say it's a dying platform with PCs anyway, because they're moving more onto mobile devices. Yeah, so I don't really know. We'll be a fly on the wall anyway. We have picture. Still not got any HDMIs we can see in the bottom right hand corner. Still sat on the microscope. Let's just press that and just get rid. Right, we have a picture there, so I'm happy that that is now installed. We will just shut it down. I'm gonna... Worst naming ever. Yeah. You know what I can't get my head around? Microsoft Office. So it was called Microsoft Office for years. Years. I mean, people still call it Word and Excel, but Microsoft Office. Then they called it Office 365. Then they called it Microsoft 365. Now they call it Copilot 365, just to confuse matters even further. But you've still got Outlook, which were always part of Office, being a mail client. And then you've got Outlook, which is the mail client within Windows. Virtually identical icons. Virtually identical, but completely different programs to update and to register and set up. Why don't you just call it Microsoft Mail like they used to, or whatever? Just make it easy for people. I mean, goodness grief. I don't know why they've got to make it so difficult and so hard to, I don't know, just give us a break. Do it a bit more logical. Help us out. I'm gonna put this in its caddy. Got the caddy ready. I'll that drive out. It must be a faulty one. Yeah, just call it Word. It's a lot easier. Just is. I quite like LibreOffice though. That's not a bad alternative, to be honest with it. I know it's not as pretty and as full feature rich, but 90% of users out there, it's going to do everything you need it to do. But I don't think Office is too badly priced. I mean, I paid £45, I think it was, off Amazon, or 12-month sub to 365, whatever you want to call it. It's less than a coffee a month, isn't it? From Starbucks or I don't drink coffee, Costa. I bet it's more than that a month, or a coffee or two. I don't think it's too far off the mark. Antivirus is an expensive thing. It's 70 quid a year or whatever they are nowadays. Which really offers you false promises. Now this one was supposed to be an easy burger. We don't like pizza. Oh, Andy, are you still here, Andy? Did you have your pizza tonight? And did you have pineapple on it? That's what I really want to know. That's got a bit burning question for night. Did Andy get his pizza? And did he have pineapple on it? That were a debate whether we were going to have pizza again, because he had sweet chili chicken pizza last night. Did he manage to get that? I bet he don't answer, because I bet he's on his third slice. I put back. Pizza on pineapple, yeah, all day long. Or pineapple on pizza, should I say? That's probably, I don't know, I could eat a peanut pizza on a pineapple. It's I don't mind it. I mean, it's not I quite like the sweetness and the juiciness of it. Tell you what else will divide people when I say it as well is mango on pizza. You've not tried it? Give it a shot. Mango on a pizza. I prefer it to leave the skin on the mango, obviously cut it up into cubes, and it makes it slightly chewy as well. And it's a bit of a weird thing, but you don't get to mush if you leave the skin on as well. A bit chewy, and I prefer that to pineapple because it's not. I'm a mango. That's the way forward. If you put mango with some prosciutto ham, that's the way forward. I tell you. I'm a pineapple blasphemy. It's not blasphemy, honestly. Honest to God, it's not blasphemy. Give it a shot. Give it a shot. I mean, they put rocket on it and they put basil on it. That's vegetable, isn't it? And they put tomatoes on it, and that's a fruit. Why wouldn't you put something else on it? See if this still posts. Okay, once I've done this. We have picture. I got confused when people on the internet were against pineapple on pizza. Yeah, it's personal choice. Could work with pork and vinegar based sauces. That's pork and vinegar based. I'm trying to imagine that, because pork's quite a bland. I'm not a big vinegary person. Big vinegary person at all. Don't ever tell an Italian. Now there's a guy on YouTube, and he eats at high-class Italian restaurants in Italy, and he'll order whatever the classic dish is in that region of Italy, and then he'll get a jar of tomato sauce out of his pocket, or ketchup or mayonnaise or something, and squirt it all over the top. And the look of the diners and the waiters, he's been approached by waiters sometimes to say, "What the blinking heck are you doing? They're going to hang you if you do that." I'm just going to move this over to the other side of the desk, guys, and just plug it in. 2 ticks. Let this start its Microsoft updates, so they can track and trace. Whoa, sugar. Have connection to the outside world. That can't show you this bit because I ain't got a camera over it. But trust me, I'm stood here working. Okie dokie. That's checking for 3 million updates. So we have done that. Get that in the recycling. That never worked, so we'll move back to microscope cam. Just see if microscope cam is going to come back to life, and it is. So we have a choice now of what we are going to do for this evening. Yeah, cuts the pasta with scissors. Cuts the pasta with scissors. We have a choice. My crap. We have this here, which I won't mind tackling first because we have the spare parts for this, and this was one what we diagnosed on one of the, I don't know if it's a VOD or a live stream, and as you can see, I left it in pieces. I'm lazy, and I got the pieces mixed up with another one I was working on. Andy. We were just debating whether Andy had his pizza tonight and whether you got pineapple on it. I was in your stream, he was saying that he did it, or maybe doing it. About that. I will show you what we diagnosed. Oh, just goes under there. Just lifting my microphone up a little bit. And we'll get the microscope. So what we diagnosed this as was this little fella just here. Never went to market, and it was getting really hot under the thermal camera. It was dusty. I did. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your reply. I do beg your pardon, Andy. I must have missed it. Have I got that? I've got it on live chat. Must have missed it. Sorry, Andy. Do beg your pardon. Turned down gain and turned off the limiter. Just use the volume control on the receiver. Oh, for that, your mic. Yeah, because you were having some issues as well, weren't you? I've had some issues. I wonder if OBS, because they did an update the other day. I wonder if OBS has done something, because mine went very quiet. And I've had to install the gain filter on OBS mic and put the gain right up, but just keep snipping with the the audio. Yeah, it's got something to do with backlight, this one, Carl, though. I don't think it was the backlight. I think it was the display completely or something like that. I can't remember. So I've ordered the chip anyway, because James on his database managed to identify a JFix. If nobody has seen that, is doing a database of ICs, so we all know what's what to do on there. So James has started putting that together. Thank you very much, because that will be extremely useful. So I'm thinking if we take the board out, I've got the two little bits. Get the board out, massacre the board trying to solder it on with the hot air station, as if by magic. Look at that. Look at that. We'll get this out. We'll get this, try and fix it on. And hopefully we will get a working laptop, which will be really nice if I do. The other night we finished the stream on 4 out of 5. Evening, Close Slug. Good evening, Close Slug. We finished the stream on 4 out of 5 repaired, which I thought was pretty darn good. Yeah, I turned on. Bring the microscope all back over. This lined up something like in the middle of the screen. In the middle of the screen, I go what's mine. Get some soldering equipment out. I just want to double check. We know full well that we order things from our friends over there in another galaxy, and they send them, and sometimes they don't send the right ones, even though the right ones aren't advert. I will flick over to microscope so we can all see what I'm doing. And we've got this out. That's the right size anyway. I wonder if my little trick of permanent marker will reveal what the lady had for lunch. If we can see the writing on the wall. We'll get in there, maybe. Give it a quick tinkle. Ooh, woo, woo, it's alive. Right, so writing's upside down basically. I'll put this back on where I got it from. I watched the sample video that you uploaded, but honestly, there didn't seem to be much of a difference. Maybe, oh, this too, I hear a massive difference. Very picky. I did hear your audio earlier, but I didn't really pay much attention because I was working at the time, so I do apologise. I can't comment on it. That's why we've got lots of people who can. So I'm going to attempt to take it off without knocking that little resistor and knock that resistor off as well. Tired of that. We'll get the airflow. We've got an Atan ST862D for Delta. Turn the airflow down because it points at me nuts and I don't want to burn myself. We'll put this on. Want it off pretty quick. So we'll put it on 410 and we'll go, oops, 30% air because I don't want to blow it all over. And we will see if we can get this off without melting too much stuff. Certainly don't want to melt that plastic connector over that. I'm just going to put a little cover over it. We have too big. That'll deflect quite a bit of the heat off it. Because the whatchamacallit's got a put one over there as well, just because I can. Not because I need to, just because I can. I don't want to do that. Probably all the caps will explode now. Yeah, I thought it sounded, something sounded off with the microphone. Couldn't tell what. Is it a new microphone you've got, Andy? Lights on. Working it dark here. That's the cap. These are so small. There we go. We have liftoff. Get on there. Put the hot air station back. What is the reference of this IC? Seems to be a MOSFET. Yeah, I think it was a power MOSFET for. I'll tell you which one I ordered because I've got the number of what I ordered, which might be easier than trying to tell you anything else because it was just a reference. So it is a. You can see that on my. Probably can't because of reflections. Flick that off. I'll tell you what it is. It's a GA217RB1U. And they all have different references on, don't they? But yeah, a GA217RB1U, the one that it was identified as by James. So that's a U5041, I think it was. I think that's the one I ended up ordering. That's what they sent on there. Yeah, so it is some type of some type of MOSFET. Let's see if we can get it the correct way. I think by all, oops, probably not now because I've dropped it. That way, I believe. Write it upside down. Oops, wrong way. Completely the wrong way. I'll just take this off camera and spin it round. You spin me right round, baby, right round. Sure we've got the right orientation. We have the right orientation. It held on something like 1 to pin 1. Got the dexterity of a drunk chimpanzee. See you later. Undergrow 1. Good night. Good night. Good night. Have a good evening. Thanks for joining in. Thanks for showing your username. Thank you very much. Let's give this a bit of a tickle with some warm air. See if we can do its hair and get it fixed down. The Dell is updating as we speak. Cover these plastic things up again. We'll just see if we can get a bit of heat in there just to let it cook. Let it cook, let it cook, let it cook. Didn't cool down fully, so it might not take anywhere near as long now. I'll just get somewhere close and then I'll move it into position. Put those things in, I can't get in now. Bit better. Somewhere close, and we'll just flow her in twice. Is it him? Is it her? Don't really know. But we'll wait for it to just move across. We'll see if it'll suck into place. It should do. We'll call it an it. Non-gender specific. It's not a him, it's not a her, it's an it. Come on, come on. You know you want to. There we go. Did we see that ping? Looks good to me. And I think everything's attached. I'm not even going to touch that. It did really fling across, didn't it? Yeah, I'm quite happy with that. Quite happy with that completely. Give it a clean up. We'll zoom out. Set them two incredibly hot things off. Ouch. put them in there to cool down. Quite happy with that. Looks good, looks good, looks good to me. Let's have a look. This is definitely high ace. I loved the spiders you put in James's box. I sat there on the edge of my seat watching him open his box and reveal his box to everybody. And then he got some little incy wincies come out to play. So jealous as well that he had all that Marmite, or not Marmite, Vegemite. Can't beat a bit of Vegemite. I'll clean the flux up whilst it's a bit warm. Yeah, for anyone wondering, this is how you don't do it. You'd obviously do this a lot better than me. I'm just amazed that I've managed to get it put on without it blown away. A little bit out high. "8:30 in the morning over in Oz, is it? So are you just waking up?" Wonderful. At the moment, this is proving easier than the blinking Dell. Of course, those on the Dell to go wrong, but hey ho. Little nano sponge, just give it a big bath and a big clean, and a big tickle. We'll keep that offending article to one side, and we will just grab a Intech wipe just to dry off with. Don't think that looks too bad. Better than factory. Look at me holding them notes. Yeah, X Factor me. That end pin's attached, even though it looks a little bit drunk. We'll just pretend we didn't see that. Looks good, looks good, looks good. Does that one look okay? Am I looking at wrong chip because it's the capacitor way? What do I reckon is that far right chip? Far right leg. Ah, that looks attached. Look attached to you? Yeah. Well, we'll give it a shot. We'll give it a shot. That side certainly does. Don't know whether that side does. We'll give it a try. Just flick over to the other cam so we can see what we're doing. Pull out, and often I say that. We'll just loosely fit her and see if we have any life. A picture. Can you get a copyright strike for using somebody else's saying? You do that? I don't know if they're copyrighted or not. I have a bag of screws with this, but I'm not too sure whether these screws are from this computer or others because I've got two of them mixed up. I come from the land of under, where many men, I don't take cover, I don't know words. I'm going to put a holding screw in. Just stop the board falling down. We don't need that screwdriver because that will definitely not fit in that small hole. Even if we have got a small one like James. Oh no, that's a big one. Some of these those lights on there, so better off connect that one up so at least I can see when the lights are flashing. So the issue with this, we had no laptop was kind of dead. It was it was unresponsive, wouldn't post, wouldn't take any current, wouldn't do anything really. So we just wanting to see, that was the thing which was getting hot where the short was. So hence why I have replaced it. I small that now. I do like, honestly God, I do like that. Do like that. Plug the display in. All that snug and tight. Why don't we? Since it's on Christmas once a year, let's put the in as well. We have everything connected. This has got RAM on board, so I don't think I need RAM, but I do have a stick just in case knocking around, so I can. Do I need RAM? I can't remember on this one. Let's try it without RAM. I think this is USB-C. At the moment, I have no USB-C, so let's use the power supply. Yellow, which I've got connected. Yeah, it don't work here, 8-bit, sorry. I miss the audio. I miss it too. Feels a bit loose. Let's knock this up to 19 and just see if we've got anything. Close enough. 19.6. I'm not going to argue over that. I don't think I've got the right adapter, but we'll. I don't think I've got the right adapter plug. Let me just get my box of adapters and the correct one. Thought that were a yellow Acer. It being an Asus laptop, but clearly it's not. We need something. Well, it's live. I'm going to escape that one. It's like a little fishy. A little pig. That's far too big. I hear all the time. That one's far too big as well. Can't even get that round the little side. Is it that one? Is it that one? Looking now. That one back in the box of bits. I'm not too sure whether this is USB-C or not. We will give it a shot. My meter seemed like it. My power meter in the top right isn't working for whatever reason. So let's just put that back onto the right camera. So at least we can all see what's going on. There we go, 19.6. So at least we can all see. We will just try and power her up. And nothing. Do we think we've got our battery in? Should we try it on USB-C? Yeah, I've moved it. I've put it on there. Thanks, Cartho. I looked across and saw that it was that. I'm just going to plug the battery in to make sure it's not one of these where you need to have battery. I know it's not mega common that you need battery in them, but at least it'll give us some indication. Fingers and thumbs tonight. Can't get anything supposed to go. That's not the right battery for that. That'll be why that one doesn't fit. Just give me 2 ticks. Let me grab that. My dog is laid right next to me and I can't move. Not that keen on fireworks. There it is. Oh, I had it kicking around somewhere. We have the right battery now. Yeah, should be reading 19 now. Put the battery in. Battery. That, and let's see if we've got any current. Good raisins, bit of current. That is now working. See, that's me waving my finger in it. Not giving you the finger, just waving your finger in there. Right, oh, that's battery. So we don't have any current. I'm wondering whether I have got that. So let me reflow that back down, because that might be those legs which I wasn't. Have a look. Oh yeah, Charles. Hello. I couldn't resist. Hello everyone. Hello. Hot cows. Hello. I'm gonna reflow that. I see that up on, just in case it's not making that connection. Like I suspected it might not be. We had more than this with the dodgy one in. I might have just missed that off. Microscopical. Over here. I'm going to try and tin them up with my ickle. Yeah, we know solder iron. You haven't got a bit in it. I'm going to just try and reflow. I don't think these back ones here are flowed in correctly. We'll just let that warm up. I'm going to put a bit of magic fluid on. See if we can flow them in with a bit of solder. Get down there. Then I'm going to put a little bit on. I'm putting a lot on because I can't get it out of my tube. These far too much. Different. Try and use my other hand to. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to unsolder that cap. Tell you that now. For a pound or a pinch of. Oh. Smoking more than a firework on bonfire night. Oldest, that flux is certainly better. In focus, they look better. That will look. It's tend to look fixed. It does now. It does now. I like big flux and I cannot lie. Is that it? I like big flux and I cannot lie. Isn't that a song? Am I imagining that? That from 90s or 2000? American song. I like big flux and I cannot lie. Those itty bitty little girls with a big flux. Again, it's not pretty, but it'll do. Yeah, it'll do. I'm just going to power up board just to see if I get anything coming through the board on this, and just see if we've got any current draw, let alone any more current draw. So we'll have a go at Baby Come Back. That's Billy McLean. My power supply is doing something when I plug it in. I just don't know what. It's just not making a noise. Sling the battery in as well. Any, it's not. I'm not getting any anything. Oh, we got a blip there. That looks better than what we had before, and that chip is not getting hot as it was doing before. So I think that's got to be a positive. Let's pop the keyboard on. Let's see. Power switch is on the keyboard. You don't get a magic pin. So let me see if there's any pins on it, because sometimes they put a couple of pins down, don't they? They mix a lot. Better way to desolder and check solder. Stick to the IC pads as I always pre-tin. I didn't think it. Yeah, I should have done that. Really, pre-tin them, shouldn't I? We'll give it a go. We'll give this a shot. If not, I'll whip it off and do it that way. Zoom out. I just want to see if there's any. Sometimes they sometimes put a pin down, don't they, where you can just short out to start it, and they've not on this one. Is that saying powers pin 2? Can you see that on there? Let's upload keyboard. Might be just as easy. Plug it in. I wouldn't have been able to see that because I didn't change it over. Yeah, I just realised. I got distracted with reading chat. It's just me all over. I'm gonna connect the keyboard up. See a little silhouette of a man, Scaramouche, Scaramouche, will you do the fandango? Send a bolt of lightning, very, very frightening. Galileo, 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 Figaro, Magnifico. I'm just a poor boy. I don't know where that song come from. Nobody loves me. Just a poor boy from a poor family, sparing his life from this man. Ain't it weird how you just know words for songs and can't hold a tune in a bag? I was doing a 90s pop quiz last night with somebody. Amount of songs I knew, but just couldn't actually sing. As you with a voice like mine, like I've said before. But they say sing like there's nobody listening, dance like there's nobody watching. And on my streams, it's pretty much a given. So we're all right with that. Right, so we've got nothing. We have a keyboard connected now. Right, on and off button is hiding there, right on the edge of the keyboard. Right, we've got nothing. Absolutely nothing. So let's just test a bit of voltage. I was hoping this was going to be an easy fix, but they never are easy, are they? So we're on DC voltage, and I will just get, for whatever reason, the multimeter has decided to shut itself down, so just bear me 1 second, gentlemen. My meter is disconnected. I will just reconnect it so we can all see what's happening. Okay. We now have a meter. The top right hand corner. Have a look what I'm just going to check the main power now. Yeah, I'm just going to check that. Can't stand that guy. Which guy is that? I was holding a note that much. Can you get a copyright strike for singing that? I don't like Freddie Mercury. Yeah, I think in his time he was good. He's just probably not seasoned that well. That's a grudge. Minimum consumption is 10 microamps. Is that microamps or milliamps? That's correct. Cows. His music sucks, in my opinion. Mouth open, amazed. Depends how bad it is. All right, mine's pretty darn bad. If you're on about my my rendition, we will just see if we've got 19 volts coming in, and what the issue was. I think on these originally the MOSFETs up here didn't have anything coming through, and The only thing what we could find wrong was this MOSFET, when we were looking, was getting incredibly warm up here. So we have got power rail. When we replaced this MOSFET, which had blown, I changed that one up here. When I replaced that, it then gave me the 3.3. I think this was 5. Yeah, that was 5. 3 and the 1.8. Which was there. These was nil. Obviously, they may not come on until. But this was getting incredibly warm, which it isn't doing now. I think I'm safe so far. With my voice, people would just be tuning in and going, "Is Freddie? Has he come back from? That must be Freddie Mercury singing that. Is that good? Freddie Mercury with a Scottish accent singing that." Yeah, so we've now got main power, which we didn't have before, and we've got us 5, 3.3, 1.8, 1.800, and the charging current down here will be nothing. I ain't got battery on. Yeah, so we did one like this the other day. Was it this one when I ordered the part? We all identified it as that. So that chip's now not getting out. Do you think? Let's have a look what Hot Cows have put. Perhaps we could do a repairs charity song between us. That wouldn't be a bad idea, as long as I'm not on vocals. I could be on triangle. I reckon I could hold a note on a triangle, or cymbal maybe, or spoons. Definitely not on the singing. I think James might be a secret tenor. You know, Jafix, because he's got quite a deep, rich, silky voice. He could be our lead singer. Did you work on the BIOS? I didn't work on the BIOS on this one. We had voltage present on the BIOS, but we had stopped because it seemed like a power issue. We've got 3 volts on the, or 3.3 on the BIOS chip. We do have a track running. I think that's just the chorus, so even though it is catchy. I've got a small one. I've got a small one. It is catchy. Let's have a look. Am I missing some things? Swindon, everyone has their own opinion. Yeah, I think everyone does. I'm just going to change mine to, because I'm going to on live chat. Do I need to be on top chat? Does that work better? Maybe, I don't know. Let's give it a shot on that. We have a track from him. Small, yeah. I got a synth, but I suck at it. I'm not musical. Not musical in the slightest. I'm not musical. I don't try and sing, because I don't even think you can call it singing. I just say words in an order which somebody else has made them sound nice in, and then I disastrally kill it. And after a night out, what did I miss? We're just discussing your silky tones and your small one. We were saying that you'd be an excellent lead singer in our band. We were just trying to give everyone a role. I sing because I enjoy it. I sing badly, and I generally sing to myself all day. And even Dog goes out, and she said, "Not again." So yeah, James, we decided you were going to be the lead singer. On your audition is going to have to be on the next little stream that you do. We're going to have to just get you to hit a few notes, because we've all agreed that you've got a silky voice, a bit like the commentator on snooker. Nice and silky and rich, and we reckon you'd make a good lead singer for us. Do that. So I wish I had a touch screen. I bought a second screen so I could read out, but I ain't got a touch screen, so I can't read back. Somebody suggested the BIOS. Let me just have a quick look up here. Even though he's dead. Did I work on the BIOS? Where did I see that one? No idea. It was on here somewhere. Somebody said, did I work on the BIOS? And I said, no, I didn't. So I'm going to put that back onto live, because I think it was working better on live. So do we think it might be a BIOS issue? It's not pulling any current at all, as you can see when I plug it in, and there's no charge current either. even when I do that. There's no charge. It trips up to 0.01 for a brief split second, which I think it was doing before. I think it's EC chip, Andy. Yeah, let's hope not. Well, this thing here was the thing what I've just changed. It was getting red hot. I think it was getting to about 70 odd degrees, which I think was something to do with the screen connector. I think it might be EC chip. But how do we reckon we can test that? But I've got my voltages and whatnot. Yeah, BIOS first because it's easy to solve. Got a BIOS programmer. Now I have rigged OBS up to my second screen, so at least with my BIOS programmer, I should now be able to see what I'm doing. It will just be a case of setting it up. Voltage on power button, yes, that is a good one. Should check that really, shouldn't I? So let's have a quick look. I think I probably have, but we'll give it a shot. There is on here, let's flick back to the microscope. On here, get out. Really rare. It says P2. I'm wondering whether power should be on pin 2. That was a nice ground. No. See where we have got power. Nothing. Nothing. They look like data lines anyway up here. Yeah, right, we've got power on pin 3. So we should have power at several places, I would have thought. Yeah, we have. These. We think this is power because we've got a couple of filtering resistors. No. We think that's 2.4. We think that's power. Since we've got a filtering resistor on it, 2.4. Yeah, power is on low voltage. So I would say that that's probably the power one, I would say. Looks like it's going to pin 1 or whatever, pin 30 and pin, I would say them two are the same. Because that track looks like it's running down to... Yeah, not that one. Just to that pin there. Any jump in current when power button pressed? No. You mean on the actual power switch? I should be able to test this if I... Oh, let me grab that. And let me grab that in there. And let me get a good earth to there. I've got an earth. I've got a ground, sorry. On the earth donut. Come on, silly man. And then do this on big screen. You can all laugh at me when I get it wrong. Get my finger under the board ready. At that side. So if I touch, go in there, my finger under here ready. Go for in. Right, it's 2.4. I'm pressing the power button now. Nothing. Yeah, I'm pressing power button now. It's not having any effect at all. Let me just find one of those other power rails, just see if I can. Right, I'm pressing power button every time I find a voltage. I know you can't see me, but I am pressing the power button underneath the... every time I find a voltage, I am trying to round it out with power button. Should be 3.3 on power button itself. Yeah, it's built into keyboard. That's the... that's what I'm trying to identify, which one is the power button pin. Right, that's the power button pin. So whatever pin that I'm pointing to now, I'm going to press power button now. 3, 2, 1, pressing it now. So at least we know that the power button is working because it's taking it down and the laptop is not coming on. It's not taking any current at all. So at least we know power button's working. So do we think the BIOS? Yeah, there's voltage on pin 8, I believe. I've just tested that. So pin 1. No, pin 8 will be ground, won't it? So I've got... can't see whether it's pin 1 or not, sorry. My eyesight's not brilliant. Get off there. Zip, zip, zip. Where the hell am I? Right, so pin 8, we have, yeah, 3 volts. We've got 3 volts there as well. Pin 1, we've got nothing. Half a volt on pin 1. But we've got... my bad connection, or is that fluctuating? No, just my bad connection. Yeah, so we've got 3.3 on the BIOS. So the BIOS has got power. The board's got power because we've got the power... oh, sorry, I've not done the scene, have I? Do beg your pardon. Yet again, you need to shout at me. So, pin 8. There you go. Put them wrong way around. Let's put them right way around just for argument's sake. So we've got 3.2 on pin 8. We've got 3.1 on there. And nothing on others. We've got half a volt on pin 1. Is that right? Half a volt on pin 1. Should we get a trickle voltage? Like something's trying to start. And it's pulsing on and off. Is that right? Yeah, so standby voltages. That's pin 5, is it? Oh, I've got it on pin 8 as well then. I've done bottom 2. Oh yeah, because yeah, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, sorry. 5, 6, 7, 8, so that's pin 8, yeah, do beg your pardon. Yeah, so we've got 3 volts on there as well. I'm writing it wrong way, aren't I? Facing the dot, yeah. Yeah, so we've got the standby voltage, we've got the 5, we've got the 1.8, we've got the 3, we've obviously got power to the BIOS chip. The component we changed at the top of the board is no longer getting hot. Could take it off and just make sure the pads are connecting, because that is it worth putting the oscilloscope on the pins of the BIOS chip to see if we've got any data coming out of it? I suppose that would only tell us the BIOS chip were faulty. Wouldn't actually tell us that the data coming out is correct or not. But shouldn't it be taking a pre-charge even if BIOS was corrupted? Because it's taking absolute zippity-doo-dah. If you look at the current drawing top right, I'll just unplug it. And plug it back in, and you'll notice even when I plug it back in with the battery connected, it'll go up to 0.1 and then straight back down. With the battery disconnected, it doesn't even do that. Oh, it does. Do beg your pardon. It does do that with battery connect. It would tell us you're trying to access the BIOS. Yeah. Yeah, it was something to do with the EDP port. It was the, can you remember? You might not remember. It was the chip that you identified for me. It was. I wrote down a bit of paper. I think 504 or something wrote down, but it is a little voltage controller or MOSFET for the display. Talking absolute what? Yeah, the BIOS doesn't seem to be doing anything. So do you think BIOS then? Should we go down the BIOS route first? Why we decide that. I'm going to move back and get my chair. And yeah, quick and easy to try. So what I am going to attempt to do is, now you will have to bear with me because I have not done the wasn't prepared for this, even though I haven't gone to the that screen. Yeah, get the BIOS program set up, plugged in. Chat's at the other side of the room now. Don't rely on me reading often. Not that I read anything yet. I've plugged it in there. Get the board moved across. And let's get that. If we can pull chat. No. Right, I can see chat. I'm just looking. What was the chip on 3 volt line replaced? If it was damaged, other things on the damaged. Zippity doo dah is the what? Zippity doo dah, zippity a. My oh my, I've blown another laptop. Do we test the voltage then on that 3 volt line just to see if it is a 3 volt line? Well, we can test if there's anything coming out of that. Before I go to do the BIOS, shall I test voltage on that IC what I've replaced just to see if there's anything. Yeah, it could be a MOSFET controlled by the EC chip. What was the component? You actually found it for me, James, and sent it across. It'll be on WhatsApp somewhere. Just let me have a quick Google on my WhatsApp from yourself, and I will have a look. It is. That's the beauty in question, but it's a. I think you got it off a board schematic view or something else, or I might have done. I can't quite remember. Do. Sorry, I'm just looking through this just to see if I can identify this chip for that. It was a couple of weeks ago, weren't it, when we found it? Was the second one what we did? That was the EC chip one. For that, because I ordered this before. That. Sorry, guys, I'm just trying to. Right, so VGA, that's the IC chip one. We did two. We did another one with an EC chip as well, if you recall, which was not too good. That didn't turn out too good. Oh no, that's the NVIDIA. Did we do it before NVIDIA? I don't know whether we did it before. Who wants to talk computers with me? Dave, no, but I'll talk computers with you. What's the issue with your computer? I can't tell you I'll fix it, but tell us what it is, and I'm sure as a community we can do it. I might just look up the order from AliExpress because that'll tell me what it is. Can you do the exact reference? Yeah, well, the one I ordered, put this on big screen. This is the one I ordered as a replacement. Yeah, I'm sure it's that one. Yeah, it's the Asus. The other was an MSI. This is the Asus. I think you sent me a board view. I might have tracked it down myself under board view, and then you give me the reference, which was U504 under board view. Yeah, GA217RB1U. That's the one. That's the little beauty. Well, check it out. I bought a new PC part in 23. Just built it this year. What did you buy, Dave? Or do you have an issue with it? I have no idea about PC components. Have different one for years. I have an ASRock Steel Legend B660 i5-12400F. Nice setup. MSI AMD Radeon 6650 XT, 8GB. Mustec TW8 case. Crystal P3 plus 1TB. Gen 4 NVMe SSD. RGB side brackets. Yeah, 9-port PW hub. Yeah. Thermal right. That Pearl Assassin is a brilliant cooler. I fitted loads of them. That cools as well, if not as well as some water coolers. Brilliant, and there's no water in your system either. Good cooler, that. Really good cooler. This is a X415JA. Very nice setup. Envious. I'll flick you back over to open. There we go, here we go. Okay, so the component that I am looking at is, how do I flip board vertically? Board, so I need and flip board. Do I board? I'm sure it does. Zoom into board, rotate board clockwise, flip board vertically, rotate clockwise. Give me a clue. Yeah, it seems like it's for a backlight. I will show you which tip it is on how to board. That one. Oh, no, it will be that one. Right, it's that one there. Yeah, that one. James kindly found it for me. That's the chip, which is which it is. So we should have, if I'm looking at this correctly, I found that too on schematic panel BL. Yeah, seems like that chip is backlight. Yeah, it is. So it's for backlight. So that won't be on the 3.3 volt rail then, will it? Because it's obviously high voltage for the backlight. There. So which one should we have power on? We should have power on pin 6. Is that what we're thinking? Can everyone see my board view? I'm hoping, yeah, it is. It's on. It is on screen. Brilliant. Only second time I've ever used board viewer, so please, pin 6 is voltage out. So that does go to do other bits and bobs. So I should be able to measure it on that capacity to be better, which is that's a pad on here. Brilliant. So if I measure voltage output, pin 4 is enabled. So that one there, I reckon that goes to a lot of different places. That the one which is going to go right down to. Right. I can just about get into pin 4. So I think I should measure some. Right, because I'm going to have to turn off board viewer. So somebody else is going to have to remember these pins for me. Try and get back to working screen for OBS. Got a microscope and go on here. So if somebody can remember those pins, that would be amazing. So we'll just get the board enabled. Sorry, Dave Nova. It's just a gaming PC running Windows 10 on a Samsung 65-inch Crystal UHD monitor. I feel like I don't get a stable 95th percentile FPS in most games. My GPU has been making coil whine noises. Is that a power issue, gents? Have you tried undervolting the GPU card? Coil whine is not a sign of failure per se, although it's not something ideally you want. What refresh rate is your monitor? Did I miss that bit? What refresh rate is it? The people all the way around here are amazing. I'm just a novice. I'm learning. Right. So you look at. You just got to bear in mind your monitor can't display any more than 60 frames per second. So there's an argument to be said, and I know people's going to disagree in chat. There's an argument to be said that anything over 60 frames per second are wasted frames. So if you are pushing your card above that, some of it will be wasted frames. You can actually get screen tearing and things like that. But you can undervolt and things like that to do your card. Personally, I'm not a big fan of it. I got a green screen hard system reset. I'm wondering if I messed anything up with the Adrenaline software. I don't like Adrenaline software. I find it really, really buggy. That and Ryzen Master. I don't like either of them two. They are opening a can of worms. Yeah, I think you're right, and we've all got a different opinion on how it should be or anything else. I've got a 9850X3D and a 5090 in one of my gaming systems, and I actually lock my FPS to 90 FPS. I've got a 4K ultra wide OLED monitor which is capable of 240 Hz, but I lock it to 90 FPS. Couple of reasons for that. I only do one game, which is racing, but I'm a believer in, if my graphics card can produce 90 FPS, I'm not really going to get any more benefit by seeing any more than that. And it gives it plenty of overhead when it needs that extra demand, and it runs cooler. So that's my philosophy on it, but there's a lot of opinions surrounding this which could be a lot different. You have to take a look on the controller that manages the GPU power. Check with the DSO on PWM side. But it was what the card installed, not MSI Afterburner. Afterburner, yeah, which confuses me. Which use the MSI card, AMD card. My PC runs AMD X570. Nothing wrong with that. RTX Super. I had one of those back in the day. 1000 FPS in load screens and without whatnot. But yeah, just seems like no matter what I do, performance seems lower than it should be. Are the games still playable? Are you fixating about numbers? Or are the games stuttering? Because if the games are stuttering, there are things you can do to make the games not stutter, like your resolution and your quality. But it might not be stutters you're seeing, because if you are pushing 300 FPS into a 60 Hz monitor, you might be getting screen tearing, which looks similar to stuttering. But also, if your card is stuttering, it's because it's running at 100% utilization all the time. Something happens where it needs that little bit of extra grunt to perform, and your card's got nothing in reserve because it's pinned right to max all the time for normal gameplay. I always recommend knocking it back to 90% and then working forward from there. You will overall get a more balanced game with less glitches and things like that. Is that what it does, James? Sorry, we got a little bit sidetracked. Yeah, I would say, just finishing off on that, Dave, to maybe look at capping your FPS to 60, see if it gets rid of the stuttering. If it gets rid of the stuttering, knock your FPS up a little bit if you want. AMD, yeah, I agree. It's AMD, which might be the issue because it's not always smooth, plain sailing. But there's no point trying to. I never believe that you should be running it at maximum throughout a game, because it's just got nothing in reserve to do it. It's the analogy: you drive a car at full speed. If you need to overtake, you're already at full speed. You can't go any faster. Yeah, being capped in 60 in every game. Since I can't use anymore with my monitor. Yeah, again, you don't have to cap it at that. You can give it a little bit extra, but again, there's some argument to be said that if you are playing first-person shooters, that if you do cap it to 60, things can happen between your frames. But you're talking extremely competitive gaming at that, and take this the right way. If you're an extremely competitive gamer, you probably wouldn't be running on the monitor that you're running on. You'd run at a smaller monitor at a lower resolution to give you a higher refresh rate, so you are getting the better latency. It's probably the best way of saying it, between what's happening and that. But it's a fine line between making you any better at the game and missing things. I run Fortnite at 4K and it seems fine, but I see lag in Rocket League and FF7 Rebirth. Yeah, I'm not a particularly big gamer for the others, but some of them might be CPU limited as well. So you might be running into bandwidth issues if you've got your card put in the wrong slot. You might be running into bandwidth issues on your SSD if that's in the same slot, and it could be eating some of that. But it's doubtful because you'll be on a 16x slot, I would have thought, with the card. But you could start running into others. But the other thing is as well is your startup programs, and if you've got other bits and bobs on there. So getting back to matters at hand, we've not checked the EC chip as yet. But Dave Nova, please hit the like and subscribe, because we're always here to help, and then you can catch future streams and always pick us brains. And you never know, I do some graphic card repairs as well. Anyway, let's get back to this. Yeah, the chip seems to be a switch for the main power rail, you were saying. So we're going to measure the power on the pin. Can we remember what them pins were? Because I've done a lot since then. See where we've got this. I think that pin up here was going to that cap there. We've got 19 volts on that cap there, which is what I believe is, I think that was pin 1's here, I believe. So that'll be pin 6. There's no reason to think the EC chip was damaged by the other component failure. I suppose we don't need to think it's damaged until we know it's damaged, do we? So let's just check what we have got on what we've got. So we've got pin 1, which I believe is here, is 0. Pin 2, which is here, if anybody's got the board view up, which is 0.2. Pin 3, which is here, 0. Pin 4, which I believe goes to here. No, sorry, that's pin 5. Pin 4, a tricky one to get into there. Swine and a half to get into. I'm not going to be able to get into. Pin 6 is voltage out. So we think, I think pin 4 was enable, I think somebody said. So we've got on pin 6, which I believe is that one, 19 volts. That's if we are saying see what pin that is. Pin 1's going to, so pin 6 is that one there. So I don't think we've, so pin 1 is going to be the dot, isn't it? So pin 1 is up here. So pin 6 is there. So we've got nothing on pin, got nothing coming out. Yeah, pin 1 is, there's a little white square around there. I just couldn't quite see the dot on the chip, but we can see the dot now on the chip on there. So yeah, pin 1 is the top right as we're looking at it. And we've got the board marked with the white and pin 1 there. So pin 6 we've got zip, pin 2 and pin 4. I'm going to struggle with pin 2, but I will attempt pin what's that? 1 2 3 4 is that one there. Pin 4 nothing. Was pin 4 enable? Pin 4 nothing. I really struggle with that. I'm going to try. I don't know whether this will work, so just bear with me 1 second, gentlemen. I'm going to try and use this really sharp implement that I got from friends Far East. Get in there. I'm going to see if I have got. Right, so it is working what I'm doing. So I've got nothing on pin 2. Pin 2 and pin 2. Pin 2 is power, good. Pin 4 is enable. So nothing on pin 2 and nothing on pin 4. I'm just running the ICU light system on my. Oh, okay. Oh no. Pin 4 enable, but it may switch off the output when connected. Yeah, because I ain't got anything connected. I ain't got a screen plugged in. But that still wouldn't stop the machine posting. I mean, just bear in mind, I didn't tin these pads first, but there's no reason for me not to think, do you want me to pop that off and pop it back on? Do you think that's prudent, seeing as we're here as such? Just to make sure. Because that was getting 70 odd degrees hot. Now I've replaced it, it's clearly not getting hot, which is why they will be fine. Oh, that's that one, is it? Oh, sorry. I mean, I got some RGB stuff because it didn't cost much. I heard the RGB software like ASRock Polychrome can cause performance issues, especially with animated RGB. V's very static light. They're just going back to you, Dave. I think there's a fine line between systems performing and systems looking nice. If you want performance, unfortunately, getting all the bells and whistles does eat some of your performance. So if you are chasing every single last ounce of performance, you've got to sacrifice a little bit of nicety. Might be an Asus safety thing to stop voltage being present at the connector when not plugged in. Yeah, it could be. No enable voltage, no power, good voltage, can't switch. But if we forget about this switching for the backlight, the laptop's not actually taking any power anyway. Do you think that would cause the laptop not to take power, or is that more to do with EC chip? Just bear in mind, I'm powered up and I'm drawing no current at all. I can always plug the screen in. You just put it back in its hidey hole. Put the plastic back on the back. I don't like laying it on the metal board without it. I will turn the camera around. One moment, gentlemen. I want to get it somewhere light so I can plug the screen back in, and then we'll get it focused back on the IC where we're focusing on. Get the keyboard in. I'm not bothered about touchpad, battery I'm not bothered about, and that I'm not bothered about. So let's have a look now on. So that is the IC that we're fiddling around with. I've now got the screen plugged back in. Yeah, I think the laptop should even start without the chip. I would assume it would, unless there's some type of safety thing, Arthur. So no, I don't think the chip is the problem for not starting. I'm just worried with that chip getting extremely hot before, and it's not now. If that chip had blown, like James had said, had it put voltage somewhere else. But I suppose if it's on the 19-volt power rail, it's only ever going to put 19 volts through to a 19-volt power rail. If the BIOS didn't react, can't turn on. Hey, it's beyond me as well, Dave Nova. But this is why we all get together and have a look. So I do all sorts of streams, This is way beyond me. That's why I've got the experts in chat helping me out. Every day is a school day for me. I learn as well. You're more than welcome anytime. Please do stick around. Anyway, if there is anybody in chat who's not hit the like and subscribe, it is much appreciated. I am chasing some. I'm trying to get to 200 subscribers, so every single subscriber is valid, and I do repair. I have bought some consumer electronics to have a crack at as well. Bought a little Sony speaker to have a crack at repairing and convert to Bluetooth as well. But hey ho. Right, so getting back to this, let's test the voltage. Now we've got that there. They do. They've got so much more confusing. The fundamentals haven't changed dramatically, but yeah, so some things have changed a little bit. Get this plug back on here so we can test the voltage on. See if we've got any enable now. The screen's in. I'll just connect it back up. So we've now got, see the blip of current. I'll just disconnect that again. Just watch the current meter. I'm just going to plug it in 3, 2, 1. Plugging it in now. Didn't do it that time. Didn't do it that time. It did blip up to a tenth or hundredth, sorry, of a milli. 16 watching, 10 likes. That's good going for me. I do want to crack up 20 viewers. Can't you do it twice, Andy? Come on. Thank you very much to everybody who has supported or is supporting. It's much appreciated. I think 46.8% of people who watch me haven't. So that's why I bleat on about it so much. I'm just chasing that magic 200. So, ooh, did everyone see that? Because I certainly did. We had a little bit of a spark then. I don't know if you guys caught that, but on pin 2, there, I got a little bit of a spark when I connected. We've got nothing on there. I've got no voltages now. I wonder whether I've just put board into some type of thingy bob. All the issues lately I see with the 12-volt GPU cables melting, Intel CPUs over faulting, frying boards and chips, ASRock motherboards killing components. Seems like things are more expensive, confusing, low quality. I don't disagree. I think we, as a group of individuals, we pay awful lot of money for things which aren't always well tested. And we are the guinea pigs, and I think the 12-volt connectors, certainly on the last series of NVIDIA cards, were a prime example. Even though it was industry standard for that connector, there was clearly an issue with it. Hello, Andy F. Fogveep, I presume that's supposed to be. Saying hello to Benjamin, whoever Benjamin might be. I don't know, I can't see them. So I'm going to plug the power cable back in yet again. So we'll just keep an eye on the current meter in top right. 3, 2, 1, plugging in. Yeah, it didn't blip back up. And I'm just going to test that voltage again on that pin there. So pin 1. So we've lost all voltage now on that pin. I've got no voltage on whatever that is since that little spark happened. We got anything on the power? Right, I have got power coming in still, so that's all right. I'm just checking. I think a MOSFET's gone off now. I think, let me put back over to all. I think something's just gone because I'll show you why I'm thinking this. On my schematic from Asus FX51UX, this is a the board is, because I've still got board viewer open, it is a FX1 something. See what board it is. Well, it is a X415JA. X-ray 415JA. Just plug that back in. That means soon the 3-volt is present, it auto turn on. Yeah, it's not doing it, it's not pulling any current. But what I have just noticed is I haven't got voltage on these caps which I had before. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. I've lost all my voltages. But I have got power coming in. I've got my 19 volt coming in, but I've lost everything now. So I would imagine it is my MOSFETs what's gone, which was the original issue I found. Found the gates below. Nothing on the gate. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing. Oh, we've got 19 volts there, but nothing elsewhere. So we've got 19 there, but it's not switching at all. There's nothing on gate. So whatever's just gone has actually took. Yeah, power supply's on. I'm getting voltage now. Power supply's definitely on, because as you can see, I've got voltage there, but there's nothing on the gate to turn MOSFET on. Unplug screen and just see if it's that screen which is causing a short, because I suppose if backlight driver had gone, could it have damaged the screen which caused it there? So we've still got 19 in. No. Yeah, nothing now. So power's stopping at that MOSFET. There's something now stopping that MOSFET switching on. Yeah, when I touched, and when I was doing this, when I put my probe down onto pin 2 that last time, I saw on my side, probably didn't catch it on yours, I saw a tiny little spark as I touched it. And then when I checked these there where we did have, you did have 19 there before, we've now not got 19. And obviously on these input MOSFETs, all the way over this side of the board, I've got nothing either. So I wonder whether I've now got a short on the main power rail. Yeah. Do short pin 2 and ground of the cap. Can't say I did it on purpose, Pico. I may have done, but I didn't feel like I did. Because I was being extremely careful, because I'm not using a probe. I'm using a really thin. I mean, they're my probes. You can see the difference in thickness, because it's a lot thinner to get into the hole. So I'll just check to make sure I've got no shorts on my. Look at that. I've got a 4 ohm short now on the. I've got a 4 ohm short on the. My head's gone. I want to say bridge rectifier. It's not a bridge rectifier. Come on, somebody tells me what that's called. Yeah, on that resistor. Oopsie daisy. But we've got a 4 ohm short on there. So it's obviously after there, so it's detecting it there. And I bet if we inject voltage there, I bet you any money that current sense resistor. I've got a 4 ohm short at that current sense resistor. Oh, I'll just turn that down a bit. Yeah, I think it'll be that chip again. Because I think what I did before was inject voltage there. And it lit that chip up. Because we're on 19 volt rail. So I will get the thermal camera booted up, and we will have a look and see what's what. I've got 2 of them chips. I've got a spare. I ordered 2 because it was £4.60 for 2. We will we'll have a look at the thermal camera, because nothing's drawing current. I expect this is this chip, because pin 2 is power good signal, 3 volt. Yeah, it goes to many places. If I shorted pin 2, it would have just turned EC chip off rather than blowing it, I would have thought, wouldn't it? Because it should have detected an issue and said no. Can't see any damage on EC chip, but you won't expect it to that degree. So let me get the thermal camera up, and let me camera, thermal, that one and that one. We should have a picture. There we go. So we on the thermal camera. Some voltage up. Use that one instead. One off. Use my crocodile clips instead. Get that onto a ground. There. My probe. These this little tool, James, is wonderful for getting into places. Get this knocked down. I don't think it was coming on until about 11 volts last time. I've got 11 volts in mind. I will start off at a volt, but I don't think it's taking any current. Close enough. So if we just, I don't think, yeah, I am taking current. That's good. I'm going to point towards the IC what I have just replaced. So the IC I've just replaced is about middle of screen. You can see that, and I'm just going to go on the current sense resistor now. We're taking point. There you go. Getting hot. That's 1 volt. 0.24. I don't really see any other heat spots on the board. That is the EC chip. It's getting. This is 1 volt on the current sense resistor. Put the macro lens on so we can see accurately. If anybody's wondering what this camera is, by the way, is the Unity UTI 260B Pro thermal camera. We'll inject 1 volt again. This is on 1 volt on the current sense resistor, and that is that's the EC chip just there. The other thing what's getting out is the little IC. Yeah. Oh, beauty. Beauty. I think, yeah, I think it might be EC chip. I'm thinking exactly the same as you guys. That some donkey went and shorted it out. I'm going to take that chip off that I put on and inject voltage again and just see if the EC chip is still getting warm, because I've got to take that one off anyway because it might have blow. If we whip that one off and try, I've got a spare chip. It's not going to get fitted in anything else. And see how we get on. Oh dear. Life's never simple, is it? It's a third world problem, I tell you. Third world problem. Let's get down there. Let's get a couple of heat sinks out so we don't blow another chip or melt anything or do whatever I shouldn't be doing. To get that over there. Get that down there like so. My glass on so I can see. Replace IC plus EC. Yeah, I can't replace the EC because it'll be prone, won't it? But we'll see how it goes. We'll get this one off, and I've got a spare. We'll tin it this time as well. Hopefully, we'll test the board after I've got this off, and we'll just see if it's still making the same problem. We'll try it with normal power supply, 19 volts going in, and we'll see if the MOSFETs are switched on, and that'll tell us whether MOSFETs are switched off because this is shorted, or they're switched off because EC chip. MOSFETs shouldn't switch off unless EC chip tells them to switch off. So does that mean EC chip is okay because the MOSFETs are still switching off? Am I right in thinking that? Is that logical? Time of death recorded. It was a broken one anyway. What we are trying to resurrect, but to be confined to the this was 12 months and a week. It's probably 12 months and 3 weeks old now. Crazy, isn't it? That's another dead one. Yeah, pads don't look bad. We'll just let the board cool down for a couple of ticks. I have my magic pads to help it cool down. We'll just see if that'll help it cool down. Switch scene. Oh shit! Sorry guys. Yeah. Oh, brilliant. Microscope's decided to stop working now. OBS is having a really rough day. There we go, microscope. Do beg your pardon. Switch scene. Sorry, Carthor. In my opinion, after you replace the MOSFET, the only left was the BIOS. You are literally a content creator now, break. I break more than I fix. Well, it's one of those, isn't it? If it's already broke, can you actually break it anymore? If you fix it after you think it's broke, it's a positive. But if it was condemned to the bin anyway, it's thingy bob. So yeah, it's getting a bit cooler. Is this? Surprising how much heat these suck out of the how much heat these suck out of the board. Give that a quick taste of that because it's nice and cool now. Bit blow. That's cooled it right now. Let's just see if we take any current. Let's whack this back up to 19.5. Close enough. And let's get our magic thing. We'll just plug her in. Swap back onto that one. And get her in the middle. So we'll just plug her in and see if we draw any current now. We all see what happened to current there. And I don't really want to do anything else because that jumped straight up to 0.17. Do we think that's safe or not? This current is EC death. Do we think that now? Will that show under thermal camera if it is? Let's just well, that's what's glowing. Oh! We might be in luck here. We might just be in luck. If we look at this view on right-hand corner, and I'm going to plug in and point to where on the board it is getting hot. Up there! There's something up there getting hot. Can you see my finger? The EC chip is down here, right? And my finger is not getting warm. Where it's getting warm is right up there. It could well be the LDO. Let me go back to the... let me go back to that. Ooh. So, where it's getting toasty is something in here. So we just get the macro lens on. So I personally think it's somewhere around this centerpiece. I would love it to be this this cap here. I very much doubt it. I think it was more centralized, so I think it's probably that, which is the LDO. I think somebody's already put in chat. Powering the EC. He is fine. What the LDO is or the EC chip is fine. I have got the thermal. Let me see if my thermal. Yeah, can't really. Right, top right hand corner is the microscope. So I'll leave it on that one. I'll just zoom in because I think. I know if you're watching on the phone, it might be a little bit out of sorts. But I'm hoping the thing at the centre of the top right hand screen up here is going to be the thing getting warm. Ignore the bottom right because that's just a wide angle camera. EC is dead. LDO is fine. Is that what we're saying? This is the LDO powering the EC is fine. LDO reached its current limit because the EC on the output is shorted. So we do think it's that. So am I getting excited for no reason? Did I just build all my hopes up and get really excited? Well, if it's dead, it's dead, and we might as well cook it all together. Yeah, that 103 degrees, that chip there. That chip there. All right, so he's trying to. EC is not heating up at all. There's no heat. Inject on output of LDO. Where the bloody hell's output of LDO? Output's going to be one of them big traces, isn't it? Is it going to be? Is that going to be the output? Or shall I just inject it to a coil? Because will coils be on output? Because this was 5 volt and this was 3.3. So shall I inject it to an output of a coil? But we've got MOSFETs stopping it, haven't we? Not on the coil. Okay. Are we just trying to prove that I have terminated the EC chip? That's a shame. So easily done. Permanent marker on a chip reveals its secrets. In case I haven't mentioned that before. The permanent marker. Don't wipe it off with alcohol because it wipes it all off. As you can see, 2N8CP49. I say the EC. I think we're all coming. Well, you guys are all coming. Coil is main 3 volt, not LDO. Hiya, Mick. Good to see you. Thank you very much for joining us. You're wondering what I'm doing? We're just burying this after I've cremated it. We're going to say a few words, have a bit of a sing-song around it, and then send it off to its final resting place in my scrap box on the floor. A good little resting place. It joins many of his fellow companions, which have never survived a night out with me. Put a gallant fight up, but the final spark was 19 volts down a 3 volt rail. But who knew? Who knew? It just couldn't handle it. Couldn't handle his voltage. We warned him not to have the extra one, but he wanted the extra one. Took the extra one. Just couldn't handle his voltage. He should have just said no. 2 2n equal is... So, where shall I inject voltage on there just to reconfirm that it's the EC chip? Because if I put 19 volts, it's just going to fry that. It's got to 103 degrees as it was. I'm not short any pins out of there, have I now? No shorts up there. Why wasn't that getting warm when that other chip was still on there? Wow, 4-hour stream, that's a mammoth. Feels like you've done a... yeah, too much voltage. It's bad for you all the time. Too much voltage. Too much voltage will kill you. I'm sure there's a song. Is that Too Much Love Will Kill You? I don't know. Don't know, don't know, don't know. Oh dear. Oh, chill and relax, Mick. Hello, Mick. I did catch your stream the other day. When you were doing your mod on your not a PlayStation. Was it a PlayStation? It was some type of console. I can't quite remember. I watched a few streams. Nintendo. Was it a Nintendo Game Gear or Color or something? I can't remember now. It was something. Inject. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Go. Inject on the cap under the IC. It's a 3-volt output. Right, so I'm going to point to it. So inject on there where I'm holding now. So it's this test pad here, basically, isn't it? Is that where you think I should be injecting? GameCube, that was it. Yeah, was it GameCube? I know it was something. I used to have a GameCube. Yeah, pin 3. 1, 2, 3. So I can inject 3 volts onto that pin there. Should we just put 19 volts through for a laugh? If it wakes it up and it goes, oh, if you're going to do that to me. Come on. There you go. Oh, yes. There or thereabouts, 3 volts. 3 volts is there or thereabouts. Gonna get that off there. We will find ourselves a ground, which that will do. We'll get our spot probe. Blackhead probes to the rescue. 2.9 onto that little one just there, and we'll see if it lights up. Ooh, we're taking some current there, aren't we? Should I be current limiting this? Let me just see. I'll current limit it to there. 250 milliamps. Play safe. I don't think I can do. I'm just touching ground at the moment just to see. Just bear in mind I'm using a 5-volt battery here. Right, that's about lowest I can do. Yeah. So 3 volts. I touch ground. It's pulling 250 milliamps. So limit the current to 250 milliamps. Play safe. Excellent. So let me get my thermal camera. Not that I think we'll need this, because if you guys are correct, and I will point it at the yeah, so I'm pointing at that, and I will find. Right, I'm injecting now. Tell you what, he's struggling to. That's the EC chip there, but it is struggling to make it warm up. But I think that's my supply. If you look at what I'm pulling current-wise, I'm pulling 0.8. It must be quite a direct short because it's dropping the voltage as well. But I think that's probably my supply not being very good. But you can just see the centre of the EC chip. Yeah. I'm going to turn the current up just to be sure. I've knocked a little bit more. Because if it's dead, it's dead. There you go, 0.6, yeah. But something above it getting warm though. What's that getting warm above it? something up here getting what? You look on the microscope. Can't quite see on the microscope. All right, so that big heat spot is there. Just get that back on. I mean, EC chip, which is big square underneath, is getting warm, but the big heat spot is wherever that is. It's that chip there. Is that because I'm just moving it further down line and it's just eating the current? I think it's a diode. Is that a diode? I don't have a new EC chip. I tend to only have blown ones, if I'm being honest. I've got a collection of blown EC chips at the moment. Yeah, if you have a look under the on twin view, I'll just inject current again. And the thing what's getting up to, I mean, your EC chip is taking a little bit, but the thing what's getting the hottest is certainly it's that. Whatever that chip is there. Magic Pen does the same job on that chip there. At least it's a BGA chip, this. So it's an L3528. That's going to be a power out chip, isn't it? Because we've got another big test pad here. That's pin 1, but pin 8, which is going to be the output, I would have thought, is that thing there. And it's can't stand how YouTube is, and yeah, can't recognise most people from their avatars. Damn annoying. Yeah, agree. Core slug, making things so hard. I don't recognise most people anyway. I've got memory of a sieve, so terrible on that. These are all new faults because we didn't have these faults before I took that other chip off at the top of the board, which had stopped working what we'd replaced, and then stopped working again, and then these faults have now appeared. So are we just chasing it back to the final resting point of the EC chip, do we think? But what that chip does, or says it does, is a L3528. Well, according to this, it's a surface mount SMD LED with built-in IC controller. Management IC from Analog Devices. It's a it's a high-performance synchronous step-up DC-DC converter. We got a data sheet. If we've got a power out on that. You know what, at this moment in time I could take it off, I just wouldn't be able to put it back on. I suppose I could just turn it into one of them streams of, hey, let's see what's what. So pin 4 is voltage out. So if I've got pin 4 on there, so we should have pin 8, which is voltage in. Pin 4 should be voltage out. Ultra low resistance on 6A. PGND. I'd go into my picture if I've got that right. I might struggle to inject voltage and measure current. So let me stick that one in there. Measure voltage. Let's put this back to voltage DC. And let me go to pin. Well, if we put voltage onto that pin there, we can see if we're getting voltage out onto pin 4. Because according to my drawings, pin 8 is voltage in, which is this one. Can I find it? That one there. So if we put voltage on that one there at 3 volts, because that's where it's going in, because that's what's getting out when I inject voltage up there, we should get voltage coming out on pin 4, which is going to that big blob of solder. Am I right in thinking that? A big blob of solder. Not that big when you look at it. Put that on there. Yeah, I do still think it. I still think it's that, but I don't think I found the right data sheet. Oh, right, okay. I won't do that yet then. I'm looking at the LTC 3528. What I said? Is that different to an LC 3528? LM 3528? Ah, there's a different one here. APL 3528. That one's got 7 pins either side. This one's only got 1, 2, 3, 4 either side, so it can't be an APL. That's got too many pins according to data sheet. Yeah, voltage out. It's the same one I've just found for APL 3528. Yeah, but an APL 3528 data sheet, what I'm looking at, has 14 pins, 7 aside. That's not got 14 pins, 7 aside, I wouldn't have thought. I mean, you're only talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pins either side. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Some pads. Ah, right, so it is that one then. Okay. So voltage 1 is still voltage in. Good job we checked that. Thank you, Carthel. Thank you. So voltage 1 is, pin 1 is voltage in. Yeah, because they're linked, aren't they? That'll be why. And they're in, they're out. So I'll inject voltage up there again and measure voltage there. Right, so I need to put 3 volts onto there. Try and do this with 2 hands. So I'll put that one on first and then do that. We're getting half a volt out. Getting half a volt out. Trust me, don't waste your time. Remove the EC injector and after it's all gone. Right, should we get the EC chip off? I've never took one off. Never took one off. Give me a rundown on what we're trying to fix and the problem. Well, it's a typical stream for me, Sparta. It was working perfectly fine. I got my hands on it and blown the EC chip up. We were replacing a little power MOSFET switch for the backlight on the EDP connector, and when I touched pin 2, I believe we grounded it, and that took out the EC chip like that. So yeah, But it weren't working before we did that anyway. So I'm not going to take all the blame for that. But I'm going to take the EC chip off now, just to see. Never took one off before. So let's give it a go. So some guidance and indication on here. What temperature should I be aiming for, and what airflow and what temperature should I be aiming for? Off on safe. Okay. I'm trying to change my nozzle. I can't. Well, if I'm going to use a big nozzle, I'm going to take my nozzle off, should I say? Gosh, these nozzles, they're so tight to get off. Right, I'm not going to use a nozzle at all. So we'll flick that down onto there. We'll do max temperature, 50% air. We say 50% air? 460. Oh, right, okay. Bit more air, and we'll set the temperature down, and we'll get some tweezers. We'll cover that up because we'll pretend we want to save it. We're blowing air that way, so we should be good on that one. I'm nervous. No nozzle and swirl. Okie dokie. 460 and 100. Oh, you reckon more air? Okay. See where we go with it. My tweezers are just big enough. Are these easier to put on than they are to take off? Because I'm not saying I'm going to get this off in one go. Whoa, somebody's just gone pop. That were a firework. So, yeah, I don't think this board's ever going to be coming back soon. Oh my gosh. James, I take it all back. It's not as easy as it looks. There we go. I don't know what went pop, but something went pop. We've got a free capacitor underneath. I suspect that's come off the board somewhere. Anybody want to buy an EC chips? Going cheap. Well, it went popping rather than cheap. Who needs firework night when we've got this? It didn't have a hole in it, no. Please don't tell me we should put it back on and test it. I can see that coming up in chat. We've got another capacitor there. We've got a diode there, should I say? No, it didn't have a hole in it. Does that mean it's any good? No hole on the top, and there'll be no hole underneath either. Yeah, that don't look too bad. Give it a bit of a cool down, bit of thermal shock. Does it world of good? Work anyway. We were going to test the voltage now, weren't we? Just to see if I swiped a lot of components. My tweezers just won't pick it up. It was just like, I'm just not coming out. Just not coming out. I was trying to grab, but they just would not. Well, they just won't accurately pick it up. I mean, it's picking up on the legs rather than the silicon. Won't grab it. Yeah, but yeah, you're quite right. I did strip several components when I did it. I've only found two, so if needed, I could. I was going to say if needed, I could put them back, but we all know I've got no hope of that. Due to the fact that they are so tiny, I can hardly pick them up, let alone solder one back. I mean, look at how on earth as if that's going to do any good and stop the thing working. Anyway, so we're going to test that voltage injection before I go any further. Put that on there, and we will inject the same place we were injecting before. That CPU is really warm. So we're taking 0.5 now on current draw. Yeah, and my camera's frozen again. So we'll just plug this back in and do current draw 0.5. Yeah, I must say this is the first time I've took an EC chip off, so I'm probably not going to rush to do it again. Yeah, I ain't quite took 40 off. I've took 2 off, but yeah, I definitely took put the EC chip back on and test it. Yeah, Carthor, I think you can read my mind with that. Check for the bridges on the pads. Need one of those vacuum things. Clean pads before. On that, I would have been much easier. I think a component came off near pin 27 of EC. How the hell did you see that? I can't even see pins. I don't even know where pin 1 is. Pin 1's up there. Actually, yeah, you're probably right. What came off there, I do not know. But we are taking. I presume we're all aware that it's now taking 0.5, so it clearly is the EC chip what's fried. Yeah, I think the component which came off was down here, wasn't it? By the looks of it. Which now is it a diode or a capacitor? Because I've got both. Got a diode there. I've got a cap there. Don't think anything else. I'll just put this chip on for the hell of it. I amaze you with my soldering skills. Just where they go. Where do we think they go? No idea. No idea. Might be factory solder, no contact position. Hard to tell. Yeah. It's, I am gonna attempt to get this EC chip back on. I'm gonna attempt. So I'm gonna make it a bit easier and move that out of the way. Move them out of the way. I'm going to cheat and put a bit of leaded solder on, I think. Pop that. Or that one. Get that whamming up. Let's have a go at putting it back on. Never put one of these on. Never took one off, actually. Ooh, that's a bit too much fluxy. I think my flux nozzle must be blocked. That's a bit too much. And we'll get a big blob of solder. Now the question is, do I just do it like you would do with a extractor on, because he's going to smoke more than don't know if you can. No, it looks like it's cutting it out good. Nice, very nice. Nope, I need flux at this point. Pin. Oh, right. So it might be clean the pads up, align with a couple of corner pins, tack and drag the rest. Oh, is that how you would do it? Right. So that is interesting. I would have tried it with hot air. Ouch! That soldering tip is hot. Please don't handle it. I will burn my fingers. I'm just going to put that there. That is really hot. So I'm just going to make sure I've got a good blob of solder on each one. What do you reckon? Clean the pads up. Wick, 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 wick. I wasn't expecting to do any iron soldering today. Get my wick out ready. Wick. Trim and edge. Then everyone does it their way. Well, I'll try it your way. Black resistance came from pin 25. We will give that a shot on pin 25. I will just get or attempt to clean the pads. Warm up. Clean pads. I think that's what you were saying now. Quick clean, get rid of all this nasty, horrible flux. What's burnt? Good enough for me. Okay, you can see the cap position. Good spot. These little nano sponges are brilliant for cleaning everything up. A little bit of a blow. So we need to get so 30. Oh, crikey. So that'll be 33, 32, 31, 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25. So we think the black one came off there. Ah, like I'm going to get it on there. Change back to that tip. Ain't going to get a big tip on that. Calibrate. What is that on the pad top row, roughly middle? I think it's just a bit of, yeah, it's just a bit of crap. Oh, that is the pad, which, I don't know if you were watching when I were talking about injecting voltage and whatnot. That pad was a little bit short for whatever. I don't know why, but I was poking around with the with the plastic spudgy, because it just didn't look right to me at the time. Just to see what were what. A bit of leaded on there just to give me half a fighting chance. And where do we think the cap came from? You can check continuity between the pads and vias, yeah. To avoid the sticking of solder wick, you can, you have to make the PCB hot and hot air while you go. Ah, right. Yeah, because I wouldn't want to rip any pads off. I'd got the iron at 420. I upped it to 450, and it was a lot better second time round on that one. So we're thinking that the resistor came from down here. That's the cap, not a resistor. Ignore me, I'm putting the put that there. Can't use my finger. Off and walk. Oh, just start sticking it to everything other than... You know what's going to happen, don't you? I'm going to lose it. Bloody flux. I'm going to leave it as stuck to that, because at least I know where it is then. Put that there. I know where that is. That's a cap as well. I ain't got a resistor. They're both caps. So do we think the big cap came off from down here because that's big? Do we think the tiny one came off somewhere up here? Possibly there? Near pin 1? I hope you mean the cap and not the board. Oh, bloody hell, it's a resistor. All right, all right. Oh, dear. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Hey, dear. Here we are. And do we think this one came off on near pin 1 because there's a blob of we look right on pin 1, we can see a nice little blob of something what's come off there. Breathe out like that. Did get a speeding ticket. It definitely flew off. It were in a rush. It was certainly in a rush. We're going to pretend it came from there. In fact, it's not going to work anyway. Oh, wait there. I need some... I'm jumping ahead, aren't I? I need to put a bit of solder on there, because that's only got unleaded on. I'll put that back there. Get a bit of leaded. It came from up there. I'm going to need all the help I can possibly get doing this. If I get these on, it will be... It will be something, and it will be an achievement. If I can blink and find it. Went back at me. Oh, is it on pin 31? Oh, you did see where it was. Oh, down there. Right, okay. I will just put it up there because that's where I saw a ripped pad. I mean, there might be more than one which had disappeared, but okay. Let's be anatomically board correct. Don't want to stick down there, does it? Only one leg. After that, can we? Like I'm going to be able to even hold this tiny one. Let me try resistor first, then. I mean, this is a big one out at 2. If I can get anywhere near holding this, it's going to be a minor achievement for me. Monumental thing. That small one's going to... Okay, so that's on. This is one which is going to be tricky. Reckoned hot air then to flow that. Cap downside. Don't know what that means, sorry. Oh, no, I've got it on right scene. I've got you on right scene, haven't I? I scene. It's going back in wrong place. Done that. Solid one leg. Done that one. Thanks, Hector. Not there for Cam. You need to copy the command from something. I think people might be behind. Ah, okay. Might not be live. I think I'm on right cam. I'm watching YouTube live, and I'm on. Well, it looks to be correct for me. I think that is it. I am well impressed that I managed to do that. If anybody's wondering how small that is. How small is it, James? It's tiny. It's tiny. We'll put a bit of perspective. Just to put a bit of perspective on that one, guys. This is just a normal biro nib that I'm pointing to it with. If there's nobody who's familiar with it, this is just a ballpoint pen, a biro, whatever you want to call it in your own country. This is just a writing implement, a pen, and that's the thing that I've just soldered. So there we go. So we are now going to put this chip back on. It goes on that orientation. I'll use my big squirmy fingers for this. I'm going to zoom out and try and get this lined up. Carthor knows, I small. It's still making me giggle. It's a schoolboy thing, it makes me giggle. This is all in preparation, these chips, aren't they? That look good? Pin left on pin 33. Check that dodgy pad first. You mean on that on that one? You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to put a little bit of I don't really want to touch it because I just feel that slightest knock is going to put a blob there. I'm going to put a blob down here. I put a blob at 2 corners. I'm going to thin left on pin 33. Yep, I got the wrong with the Xbox OG and tried bending the legs to suit afterwards. That doesn't work. So listen to Ace. I had a lot of damage traces trying to rectify. Right, sorry. What did you say then, Ace? Thin left on pin 33. Right, so pin 33. Do you think I need to move it left a little bit on those pins? I think it's going to move when I do it anyway, so... I think they need to come up a little, do they? Got touch of a donkey. They look... Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to drag the solder. Or I'm going to attempt to drag the solder, let's put it like that. And put my... I'm going to attempt to tack up here just with a big blob. Then once I've tacked... I'm hoping that'll just... I know it's a bridge. I'm not really bothered because I can clear bridges out afterwards. And I'm hoping to do the same down here. So if I just put a couple of big blobs to hold it square, and then I can clean up. Lots of flux. Again, doing that, yeah, I'll get a load of flux. Tack it after. Cannot be an issue if you start solder pin 33. Yeah, my thought was I've now put the big things on, so I'm going to zoom out and get some flux on it, and hopefully we'll be able to see my progress. Get some. I'm just going to clear my nozzle out because it's a bit blocked. Get some of my fluxation around the nation. Oh yes, just a little bit of flux. A little bit goes a long way, that's what they say. I'll be cleaning this up for a week. Like dogs just vomited all over the floor. I think my flux is going hard. It's a bit chilly in this room. That'll do. Turn my... Let's see if we can get... Let's get some solder on my iron. going to change that tip for a different tip. My knife tip. Well, it's certainly old. I don't think the iron's not enough. I need to move temperature up. I was on 3.8 today, and it just doesn't seem to be. Well, there's one thing. It's not going to fall off, is it? Oh my God, am I making this look really painful and really difficult to do? Well, all I'm managing to do is make. I used Sovereign spray yesterday. Did a great job for cleaning. Do you know what? I use Sovereign. I use that Sovereign all the time. Cleaning. I think I paid about 50p a tin in bulk for it, James. Really, really good value. I've used it for a lot of years. Mine's actually out of date. It's that old now. And I bought that much. But it still works a treat. Come on, guys, what am I doing wrong here? It's just not wanting to. That side's a lot better. Oh, it's the bottle I gave you, is it? Yeah. Ah, too cold. Right, let me get some heat on it as well then. Yeah, it works wonders. I've always been really impressed with it, James, and how it's done everything that it needed to do. I'm gonna put some heat on here to warm this up. Touch the PCB more than the leg. I can't see anything from Ace Console Repair, so I do apologise if you are messaging. For whatever reason, it's not coming up on my screen. So I don't know if you are messaging, but I can see other people putting comments in, but I can't see yours. So I do apologise, Ace, if you are putting anything in. I'm not ignoring you. It's just not coming up. Yeah, it does. It's got a lot of pressure on it. I think I'm down to my last 6 cans, so I will be ordering some more. That is so much easier now. I've got a heating to board. Wow. I'm going to turn temp down because I probably don't need it at the same temp as I was before. I think that was Hector who gave me that tip. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah. It was. It's just flowing so much easier. That might need a bit of a. I'm just going to leave that side a bit longer. I did put, it's had a bath on this side with solder. So I think I'm going to have to wick that. I'm not going to be able to pull it off. But let me... reorientate the board so I can make it a bit easier. I'll get that off with a bit of wick. I'm just going to spin board round. Sorry guys, I know it's in not the best angle. That board's really hot now. You would expect, because I've been at the EC chip, so I can at least get onto these top ones. Blobber solder. What am I doing? Touch the PCB legs at the same time, yeah. Touch the PCB legs. I prefer using hot air only, no bridges, and a quarter of the time. Yeah, I was going to do that, but I don't need hot air for this. Okay. The 128 pin solid test. Yeah. I will test to see if they are solid, but I very much doubt whether they will be. But do you know what? Every day's a school day. If I don't do it, I don't do it. The only way the pros amongst us have got to be pros is because what they've actually done is try it for the first time, and try it for the second time, and try it for the third time until they get it right. Right, so I am going to try a little bit of wick there to try and disperse some of those great big bridges that I've got. So you don't recommend Ace using the hot air tool? Yeah, I would certainly think they need practice, James. That, as we all know, the people who can make it look ever so easy. We were saying about Rusty doing the HDMI repair, and considering he's only done it a couple of times, he's made a super job of it. Certainly a better. And when you attempt anything like this, I think you start appreciating that the people who can do it amazingly, and they do an amazing job at it. Which is more evident when you watch amateurs like me. I'm going to clear the bridges, and then we'll come back and we'll do the check to see if it is soldered down at this side of the board. It's a big old bridge. I see the same tips, but much bigger. It's easier cost of therm. Ah, right. I have got a bigger. I was thinking a bigger one, but I didn't know whether a bigger one would actually be any better for it or not. So we will give it a shot. I'm prepared to try anything because, like I've just said, we all learn, don't we? Leave how hard I'm squeezing that, and just nothing's coming out. And I know what'll happen. All of a sudden, it'll all kind of come out. Calibrate the tip. Tell it which tip I've got. Up. I like to watch other people. Makes me. Yeah, I mean, my soldering skills are very basic compared to a lot. Probably better than some, but not as good as others. So yeah, stuff like this I've never attempted. Whoever just said about the bigger tip, you are damn right. It just holds so much better thermal mass. I do feel that might have been a better shout at the start as well, but again, that's logged away in the old memory bank for next time. Disappointed I'm not going to get to the MacBook, since I've got 3 spare boards now, and Stuff like that. Tell you what, them pins have shifted. Who moved them while I weren't looking? Uncle Soren makes this look really easy, doesn't he? And Uncle Andy. Oh dear. Another mountainous solder. This one is perfect to me. Yeah. All I'll guarantee is the next time I do this, it'll be better than this time I do it. I think that's what you've just got to hope for, aren't you? Whatever you try, you just do it a bit better each time. They look. They look okay to me. One is perfect to me. You pushed too hard with solder weak. That one there, I think that one I've made a bit of a massacre of that side there. Because if we do look down, we've got yeah, something which don't look pretty and nice. The only way I'm going to move them is by putting solder on so I can heat up pads in one go and then maybe push them across. And then wick it off in one go. That's my thought process. Let's see if my thought process was correct. Quick, sorry, yeah. Yeah, John got a little bit too excited, didn't he, when he were... Bit better. Oh, there's a bridge. I can feel the difference in this big tip. It's actually burning my fingers. It's kicking that much heat off. Compared to them little ones. Let's just check this orientation. If anybody's tuned in for the first time, I am just replacing a EC chip. You don't know what one of them is? Join the club. Got a couple of... You know what? I was going to say there are a couple of drunk pads, but it's not actually touching. So is this a case of if it ain't broke, don't mend it sort of scenario? Because that clearly is not... causing too much of an issue, and they all look soldered to me. I think they look... I nearly said they look... It's a new EC chip. I programmed it as well. Did you miss that? Is that when you must have just popped off, James, to write your sonnet? I got it in program and programmed it at the same time with the EC programmer that I got from AliExpress. They look a little bit lopsided, those, don't they? Oh, they move easy, don't they? They've got about breaking strain of a Kit Kat in hot tea. I don't think they're. I don't think they've got enough solder on them. Here's my incredibly straight poking thing again. I shorted something out. Oh, I tell you what. You know what? If these are all solid, I want to cheer, I want to like, and I want to subscribe. And this was worse side. Can't read chat whilst I'm doing this because we've got 128 pins to go along. That one's not. That one's not either. So them in two. Must have fallen asleep while you're yeah, you must have done. I think you went off to make a couple of Orlicks or something like that. Don't want to stick down, does it? Them out that way a little bit. That one is now. That end one. Yeah, he could have. He must have took dog for a walk or something like that. I think that's what it was. And you missed it because that was a super fast way of doing it as well. Programming it. It was the new experimental way. Just use the power of force. Now, is there a quick way of checking these pins? Got to be a quick way of checking. A quick way of checking. Checking I've got chip in right direction. I'll sleep tonight after concentrating on this. I don't concentrate this much when I eat alphabet spaghetti and I've got to make words from it. That's this is how hard I'm concentrating. Fine. Where's the blinking thing? There it is. It's moving. I'm sure they put it in a different place each time I move board. They look absolutely perfect. I mean, they're full of flux, but it's an insulator, isn't it? Can't read chat if anyone's putting anything. I do apologise. For obvious reasons, I am concentrating on my masterpiece. This is my Da Vinci moment. This is my Mona Lisa. I'll give you a rendition of If You're Happy and You Know It, solder your legs and your pins. If you're happy and you know it, solder your pins. You're happy and you know it, turn your hair to 480. If you're happy and you know it, solder your pins. We've done it. We've only got one row of pins left to inspect. Get ready with them cheers. Get ready with them cheers. Likes and subscribes. You've all promised. Oh! Let down. One which did look good. I was going to say that was rock solid. That is just weak. Probably just deafened everybody now by growling down my arr, my young lady. On that. I don't think I actually went over and checked this side. This side, the massive bridge. I must have fallen asleep while I did that. Boo! I have to say solid after each one, or it doesn't count. Oh my god! I hope I don't have to. Well, you do, don't you? Yeah. So let's try that. Solid. Solid. I know. It's not solid. I didn't use NF flux on that one, so it's above them two capacitors without burning my fingers. Is that NX flux or is that 99% pure? Solid. 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 Like on hold music, innit? Just so you're not being hung up on. I think these are breaking off because I'm pushing too hard. I'm going to use that as an excuse because they look solid. Apart from that one, which does look a little bit unsolid, a bit infirm. I think the end was solid. So we were about here. Get my pointy pin. Unsolid. That just don't want to solder on that one, does it? About if I do it like that. Solid. 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 Solid as a IC chip pin leg. Solid. 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 We're getting close to perfection. I pushed too hard on that when I felt it go. Get back over there, you goddamn dirty dog. I know we had a conversation on the phone, James, about doing these IC chips on that other one. And I think you said to me, could you solder one? Could I solder one? And I went, yeah, I'll give it a shot. Well, I think we've both established now I'm perfect at it. Come on. Get a bit of IPA, 99% pure. Clean off these rock solid. Solid. Solid as a rock. I know you're all just waiting with bated breath to see how good these joints look. Look at that, better than factory. Better than factory. Wow. Come on, let's have a big cheer. Woohoo! You missed the leg that was moving. Which leg was it? Was it one on here? Did I miss it? Are you... All of them were fine. It was the one above the caps. Nope, they're all there. Hiroshima. Look at this Hiroshima we found. I'm terrible on accents. Yeah, that pin there. Just as a side note to anybody who is tuning in, please like and subscribe. I've just spent 4 days doing this. I've been on a 3-year course to do this, by the way, guys. NF soldering courses. No, in-way soldering courses. Yeah, that pin there. I think that had blown the trace out. That's it. It's actually good. That's good. Yeah. When I was looking at the board, you know, when we were doing the voltage injection, where am I looking on the board? Where am I looking? Too low over here, down here, finger here, finger here, finger here, finger here. That was a can't screw it, can't thing in anymore. I did notice that one when I was trying to whatchamacallit. But it did look a bit short, but it didn't actually go anywhere because that pad there goes to there, and I think that's a no connect. But I think it's okay. I think it's okay. But, you know, considering that's my first time doing an EC chip, and thank you to all the people with the advice and support. And I am amazed I even got that little cap on down there. That one there. That was the small one. And I know some of these pins don't look nice, but you know, as long as they're connecting, they're not bridging. They need to look pretty. We're not all models, are we? But we all function. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a pad. I think, yeah, it's a no connect. Yeah, great job. I think it was. I think it was. So anyway, cut a long story short, it still didn't work because we knew it weren't going to work anyway. Oh dear. But if there's anybody in that 15 who's not liked or subscribed for that, you need to really show me appreciation by hitting that subscribe button. I'm doing my Shrek pose there, flexing my pecs. Yeah, happy with that. I'm happy. And you can't really tell that it's ever been off. I mean, look at it now. You can't tell it's been off. Cannot tell at all. It's if I move it like that, it's even. It just doesn't. Can't tell. Can't tell. I mean, BIOS chips looks worse than that. My lesson learned was to get one of those vacuum pickup tools. I mean, haven't used it yet. Yeah, I saw Zach NanoFix. He picked one up, didn't he? And then Nathan on Parts People, he had one at the weekend. He did a live stream on Sunday morning, I think it was, of him doing a CPU removal, reball, and he used paste for the reballing, and it looked a torturous task. I only watched on demand rather than live, but I think he managed to do it in the end. I don't know. I didn't catch the end of the stream because I was just flicking through it on demand. But yeah, those vacuum things do look good. And I suppose when I get to the level of being able to solder consistently, because I think we all agree I didn't do that very well. Certainly taking it off, I did knock a couple of things off, which was the resistor and the capacitor. But putting it back on for my first attempt, I'd give that a solid 7 out of 10 there. Let's go for the BIOS. Yeah, over 1,000 people. Over 1,000 people was watching him. 1,011, I think, was watching him when I you know saw it and whatnot, which were just unbelievable. But he deserved every 1,000 viewer, because it seemed to be he was doing a cracking job. There was some extremely skilled people out there. who don't stream as well. But I think we do take it for granted that, you know, the people what we watch on a daily basis, whether it's a skill level for diagnosing, which I think is probably a harder skill, or have the soldering skills or whatever for minuscule things, we just take it for granted. You watch Uncle Soren and he does it, and his skill is brilliant. You look at Andy, and he works on a vast amount of different things, and again it's the same. And there's tons of people in chat who I could say the same about as well, and I do bow down to you, just really tip my hat to say, hey guys, we're all amazing and we all have different talents, but some of us just shine a little bit brighter. So, you know, well done. Be proud of what you do. It is amazing. But I would give myself a good 6, 7 out of 10 on that. Yeah, it's passable for me. So where are we? I can use this as a test board. I don't think there's any time for me to start the Mac, so there's not much point me doing the Mac. I'll tell you what I have always fancied. I've always fancied trying to set one of these FPC connectors off. FPC? One of those. I wouldn't mind a shot at doing one of those. It's harder to do the things when you're trying to film it and reach out as well. It is. I think it's because, oh, certainly you're probably like me, James. I get hung up about, I don't like ignoring people. That's why I do tend to try and reach out, because I do watch some other streamers and they don't interact, or they miss chat, or they concentrate. But it is damn hard. It is damn hard, certainly for some creators at different levels. It's really hard. Hot cows. If you get the traffic, I think you're going to do well. You're easy to listen to and sound like Jason Manchester. That's a positive. Jason, he's Newcastle, and he's a Geordie. He talks like this. That's Brummy. I can't do accents. I think that's gone a little bit Liverpoolian. Yeah, it has gone a little bit Liverpoolian. I can't really do Geordie. I thought you were a Geordie. Hey, but thanks, Hot Cows. Much appreciated the little bit there. I'd like to think that there's something for people to listen to. I've got 13 people watching at the moment, and even if it's just hey up Chuck, hi, hey, how's they doing? That's a bit more like it. But I like to think, well, 12 people, because one's just turned off because they were from Newcastle and I couldn't do a Newcastle accent like that. Roller coaster, that's what you're supposed to say if you're from Geordieland. I can't do Geordie's accent at all. Can't do many accents. But yeah, I'd like to think that there's a little bit of something for everybody there. I don't swear, I don't profanity. I'm just in it, just a bit of fun, bit of learning, and I'm just thankful that people let me in their homes, their caravans, their cars, their workplaces, their mobile phones, their tablets, their TVs, you know, and interact with them. It's just a nice, pleasurable thing to do. So that's the only thing. And do you know, if I learn something along the way, I learn something along the way. Every day's a learning curve. So if you guys don't mind, I've never taken one of these off. And I know they are notoriously. What programmer do you have? You can program the EC through SDA SCL GND on battery connector with RT809H. The only one I have is the CH341A for BIOS chips. That is the only thing I have. It'll take different forms of BIOS chips. James has actually, JFix has got other programmers, but it's an avenue I've never explored. I've done a few BIOS chips and whatnot, but yeah, I've never ventured on to anything like that. I'm probably above novice and probably above average on BIOS programming, but I'm not fully versed in it, and I've never certainly done anything with EC chips or anything. Tell you what I have got as a very quick one, if you don't mind me just putting this board to one side and parking this. I did sneak it out on a stream the other day, because I think we've got to agree now that's a test board and it's a spares board. So I have got on stream, and I did sneak it out the other day, Ooh, pull that out of the way. I did sneak this out. Is it Mancunian? Is he a Manc? I definitely can't do Mancunian. It's a bit of... Is it Oasis who's Mancunian? Hey, kid. It's one of those. It's a bit like... No, I go Scouse. Every time I try an accent, I go Scouse. I just cannot do accents. Just can't do it. Because I'm planning on wrapping this up around midnight. Because I have had a bet to say I won't go any longer than midnight. So I'm going to try and keep it to the witching hour. But this is one I tempted people with the other day. And it was quite a bad condition one. Do you buy XG, UG, CU, T56 or T7? Go for... I have to buy one. I will take a screenshot. Well, I'll take a photo of it. And I will have a look at that and see what they are. See what it is. Always heat the FPC from underneath if possible. If you do it from the top, you may find a good flux spread over the latch protects it a bit. You can do a lot more with an RT809H. Yeah, I did look at some other programmers. I mean, some of them run into several £100, and I just thought, you know, for what I do with BIOSes, it's money I couldn't invest into doing that. But I will certainly look at that and see what value they offer for what I need and do. And it might be something that if I progress down, even if they are a bit more expensive, it's worthwhile, certainly for streams or you know, my other uses I might have for it to play around with. I have the RT809H, but I wouldn't buy it again. I would get an SVOD. Is that the one you showed me, James? The SVOD, when you messaged me one the other day, didn't you? Oh, that was okay. That's not bad. £31. The RT809H eMMC NAND Flash Universal Program, better than the RT809F and the TL8661 Plus Nano. Sorry, with 35 ISMs, originally 501 review, 24 sold, 31.29. Is that off AliExpress? The SVOD is better because more adapters available on Ali. Evening, Phil. Good evening, Phil. I will have a look at them. Yeah, I don't mind £30 to £40. It's affordable. I did see one of the other streamers were using. I can't remember what it was, and I think it was, when I looked it up, it was 240 quid, and I just thought, I just didn't want that. I wanted a QFN and a BGA 128 out of circuit programming adapter. Yeah, I think that's the one what you may have shown me. May have shown me on that one. So, yeah. I think the thing is, there's always something, and we're all kind of... It's a bit like me when I was saying about Windows 10. We're all creatures of habit. Somebody will like Windows 10 better than Windows 11, or vice versa. And it's the same probably with these programmers. Somebody will find a better use for one side than they will for the other. But as things move on, I mean, I've always used my cheap CH341A, done everything that I have ever needed it to do, and I would probably be a bit confused if I was doing EC chips. Certainly if I need to remove them from the board, as we've seen, to get anywhere further with that. Easy to program new EC chips before soldering to board. Yeah. But if you can program them through existing ones, I presume it's just like programming a BIOS, is it? You just upload the program it through the keyboard or the battery connector. Do you just do it like you would with the BIOS? You just get the dump file and send it up? That's all I was thinking. If we remember this one from the other day, this is the one. This is the laptop with the limited edition curved screen. Yeah, we don't think it should have been curved, but it is clearly, well, it's double curve in fairness. It's more like a wave, isn't it? For eMMC purpose, RT809H can read both boot 0, boot 1, user data. T76 can read only user data. Forget about cloning EMCs with it. Yeah, this is where it's getting more confusing for me, because I don't actually... I can read it. I don't, and I some of it kind of rings a bell. I know what an EMC is, and I understand what user data is, and boot sectors and things like that. What relevance they've got in the conversation is not for me. So it is definitely one for you guys on there. Not easy, because some laptop keyboards is like a USB device. You can't program via a keyboard connect. Yeah. Yeah, similar to a BIOS file. Badcaps is a good resource for EC chips files as well. I've never looked on for any EC ones, because I've got no I've probably never diagnosed anything with a corrupted EC firmware. I suppose that's what you'd call it. I've done BIOS ones many times, but yeah, it's that. Yeah, the screen, Hector. It's the new one. I mean, everyone thought that it was just desktops which came with curved screens, but obviously this one's really good for 3D, obviously, and it's flexible as well, so you can actually move it a little bit. I don't think it's quite as good as some of the flexible phones, but yeah, I'm not too sure. Yeah, we might get Dave Nova on with this, see if it gives him any better FPS if he connects this up to his computer. But what I was thinking with this, because I think it's going to be one of these where to get a screen, to get a case, to get a pair of hinges, and then to replace everything which it might need here case-wise, because I'm suspecting it's probably done. Is it foldable? It wasn't, but they did try and fold it. I'm just thinking, if I can get this working, I have a PC on my TV. Believe it or not, it's come to me like this in this condition. I've not actually created it like this. I know it's hard to believe watching some of my streams, but sometimes they do come in a non-working condition. I don't turn them all into a non-working condition. I am just thinking that my PC I have on my TV, which is a 2-3-year-old HP laptop without a screen, the EC firmware is stored inside the BIOS, and you need software tool to extract the EC firmware portion. Not all the manufacturers will give you the EC firmware. All right, I thought EC firmware was just kept on the EC chip. I didn't realise it was in the BIOS as well. It could be a backlight on that. Yeah, I think that's what the problem might be on this one. Yeah, so what I'm thinking on this one, because it is quite a tasty spec. This, I think we looked it up the other day. That it was a RTX 3050 and a i5 12400, I think it was, or something like that. So it's a nice spec. So what I'm thinking I might do is the little HP that I've got with no screen, because that was another one that I salvaged some time ago. I only use it for SkyGo and bits and bobs like that. Don't really use it a great deal, but I might swap it for this one, because it is lacking a little bit for streaming content for SkyGo, Netflix, and things like that. Is the old HP. So what I'm thinking is we'll plug this in, and I'll see if we've got any life, and work from there on here. So let's get the power supply. This might just be a quick test rather than a full repair, because as I say, I do want to kind of just run it until about midnight-ish, because I'm aware that people might have work tomorrow. I've got some work to do tomorrow. I'm at a fancy dress tomorrow night. I'm going as a skeleton, I think I've mentioned before. So got to do my hair and everything else. It takes me ages to do that. So yeah, I've got a full day tomorrow. Let's see what plug I need for the back end of this. Oh, I do have a DC adapter for it, but we will just see what that side. Blow up the EC chip. No, I will try and avoid blowing the EC chip up. At this moment in time, if somebody can probe EC chips, they'd make a fortune out of me. It's not that one. I would imagine it's probably the black version of that, is it? No, it's not. Oh, is this the one which is the funny shape, funny size? It's the brown, isn't it? Which I don't have in my collection. I think that is the one I do not have. And I've only ever seen it on this one laptop. Do you know we get? I presume you're all familiar. You get the black with the center, blue with the center, which is HP, Asus, Dells, different ones, and then different sizes. This is actually a brown plug with a center pin, and I don't have one on my multitude of. When I say multitude, I've got a lot, as you can see, of different ends, and I do not have an end that fits this laptop. It is the one, and I've never come across it before until this laptop. So I'm going to have to use the one which was supplied with it, unfortunately. So what we can't do is look at current draw on the meter. Because it won't appear on meter because it's an AC adapter. According to that, it is a black one, but the black one definitely does not fit. Black one we sent it in according to the one I've got in my hand. But ends do not go in there. That definitely isn't going in there. But two black ones, that ain't going in there either. So, my black one won't fit. So I do not know which one I am putting in. I've tried that yellow one several times. That's definitely too big. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to use this one, and we're just gonna have to see if we can get any picture out. The one I got one off my dad's late laptop, which was a lost charger. It's a very long type. Have you ever come across them before? No. No, not come across that type. That's what he said. Where is the BIOS chip removed? I didn't remove the BIOS chip. If you've got a photo, I do have a large selection of, I don't know if you can see over there, I've got a massive box. I did have about 6 other boxes of chargers. So if you are short of a charger, Philip, you can send me the picture of the end. I will have a look by all means, see if I've got one. And if I have, you're more than welcome to it. Because I probably about 30 or 40 in that box. And I've probably got several other boxes to go around as well. So if I've got one, I can't say I have, but if I've got one, you're more than welcome to it. So let's plug this in and see where we go. Ouch, ouch. I'm going to test the charger first just to see if we have any voltage. Yeah, 20, just over 20 volts. This might just go bang. It might work. It might not work. Well, that's a good sign. It's not gone bang. I'm going to flick over to HDMI. So bottom right of the screen now should be in the hole. Should be HDMI. Are we watching in anticipation of anything coming up in the bottom right hand corner of the screen? Yeah, just drop me an email My email address is on the on my profile. Just drop me an email. Certainly have for you. Can't guarantee it, but if I have, I will rehome it. Rehome it for you. Turn the light out, so quality will drop a bit, but what it'll enable us to see is whether we've got any power. Right, this hasn't got any power. Got no power button there. So I think we just pop the case off and see what's what inside. I don't know what this is like inside. Yeah, the screen will flash. Sorry, the screen will flash because it's hunting for a signal. So I'll just put it back onto microscope. The power light on the laptop's not even turning on. I've never even opened this. I was given it in that condition, and I just said, look, there's certain things I can do and certain things I can't do, and that's certainly one of them I can't do. So it was just like, well, if you can't do anything with it, make use of it for parts. So I said, okay. That was a long time ago. Get a free little plastic. No. There you get one of them, is it? Woohoo, we've got a hard drive. I'm just take the hard drive out. I don't know what date it's going to be on. Put that to one side. This is a 512 megabyte hard drive on there. It was only a couple of months old, in fairness, when I got it. So it wasn't mega old. We have no battery. So one of the no battery connect. Let's just plug the battery in. It is probably one of the worst condition ones that I've seen. Certainly with the curved screen. So we will just plug that back in. That'll be why we've got no power. We've got no AC, DC input there. Put that back in. Not gone bang. That is always a positive when you're talking with computers around me. So we're going to be looking for a power illumination light just to here. We have red light. That back in. Bottom right hand corner. I know it's gone blank. Ignore the flashing, and the flashing is because oh my gosh, have we got boot? Have we got boot, or have we got boot? Let's just wrong one there, not that one, TV. We've got a post. Does that say 11th gen? How do I go into advanced mode? See a bit more. Get this thing out of the way so we can see a little bit more. Advanced F7. Can you all see this, guys? This is coming on already. So we've got 11400H, 11th gen i5, 4 gig of RAM, but there's only one stick in there, so that. I wonder if there's anywhere what'll tell me BIOS. We'll try and boot into Windows in a second, actually. I've got a it doesn't tell me graphics card though. But a booting laptop's better than nothing. Thunderbolt. Yeah, so it's I mean, I don't know if we could call it I don't know if we could call it a jackpot, bit of truth, because obviously we've seen it with curved screen, but you know, with this, and that's never going to be put back together, or I'm never going to put it back together. But I think all in all, let's get this flipped over. Let's get a hard drive put in her. Battery is holding charge. I've just disconnected it. even the even the keyboard is slightly bent. He's running a nugget off doing that. I'm going to just pop a M2 in it, just so we can see what is going off in Windows. And it might just take a little bit of connect it back to my network. I might just be able to get something configured on here. Yeah, it's 4 gig of RAM. Nice dent there on dent up here on the thing. Fortunately, it's not. Yeah, it's not compressed the as actually. No, it doesn't. I don't know if you can see on camera. You can see some indentations here on the heat pipes. I think this might have squashed the heat pipes as well. And we all know what happens if you squash it. Yeah, it has, because this should be perfect flush. I think this might have a heat problem, certainly on GPU. Yeah, a new. In fairness, I might have one because I've got probably about 40 screens sat down there, so I might even have a screen for it. But again, I'm not going to be too bothered. I bet you're looking at just a screen to buy one of these is probably somewhere between sort of 60 70 quid. And whatnot. Yeah, just going back to this, I think we might just let me put down onto that one there. You can see here there's clear, I'm going to catch it in right light, this clear damage here on the heat pipes, which should be kind of flush with this, and these are all damaged, and that one's quite a bit compressed, and same here. I mean, that bend is supposed to be there, but you can see it down here where they're compressed, and here, as opposed to this side, which is nice and smooth and flat. There are some contours in it, but those contours are supposed to be there. That is all nice and flat. That side is all, you'll see how the light is reflecting off it. So I think we might have an heat issue anywhere. Certainly for intensity, it'll never be a gaming system again because of that. But let's plug the battery in, and let's see if we can get another picture. Well, let's see if we can get it into Windows, and let's just have a look. Because saves it going to landfill. Plug that in there. We've got that on. Got that battery plugged in. We'll flip her over. We'll get it back onto HDMI. We will see. I'll just flick you back over to TV. We'll power it up. We have a red light, so any second now. I've checked the heat travel in the pipes with thermal camera. Yeah, I've done that before. I think what I'll do is just do a quick thermal test, because I've got hardware info on here and thermal testers, just to see if it is hitting its maximum temperature. It'll just be just as easy, but yeah, I can always do the thermal test on it anyway. We have no mouse, but that could just be a driver. That could just be because it needs a driver installed. Let's grab a wired mouse and plug it in. Okay. Let me grab another wired mouse. Drop that one on my floor. Let's see. I need to move across to where the monitor is, because I do not have a screen on this laptop, so I can't reach out and do this. Let's start with battery. Well, battery's fine, 101% of health. That's and it's charging 5.8%, so battery's charging, no problem at all. So we don't need to. My disk, so I don't need to do that. Let's have temps. Pulls at 54, 53. I think it'll be GPU. If I'll need to Good keyboard test while that's installing. So I'll just bash keys on keyboard, just make sure. That's pretty conclusive that keyboard's working. Yeah, I'm happy with keyboard working. That. 3. Press. Eleventh Gen i5 1400H. Seems to be clocking okay. That certainly doesn't seem to be hitting any thermal boundaries. I know it's only installing 30%. We will we'll push it a little bit in a second. I'm just going to prop the machine up because I ain't gonna bottom on it, and it won't really be doing itself any favors not having a bottom on. There we go. We've got a little bit of space under it. Oh, that's good. So graphics card drivers at least. If there's any of you guys who are watching and right, really do appreciate any right. His first time tuning in as well. We have attempted a repair on a Asus laptop which had a blown power MOSFET for the backlight of the screen, and then we removed the EC chip and resoldered the EC chip on there, and then after that we did can't remember what we did. I had so much fun. Did you try the droppy sniper? I did. I might be able to use that. Which memory stick did I can't remember which memory stick I put it on. I only put it on one of my memory sticks because I had it. But I could use the snappy driver thing. I don't know which memory stick. What I will do. That will be. I don't know what a snappy driver is. It's a collection of 45. It's a collection of drivers and so on, which are kept on. I can't multi. Collection of drivers, 45 gigabytes, so you can just take it with you, and it'll basically let you install the drivers even if you're not connected. Optimize that. Skip app. Close. Now have a GPU. What GPU are we talking? It is a 3050 laptop GPU. We've done the keyboard. I presume the sound will be working. I'm argue to about the sound. And I don't think we'll try a full mark. Yeah, finish. Let's try 1080. Sorry, it's a little bit smaller on mine. GPU is lifting to 80 degrees, which is what we thought it might. This is a test. I'll still copy across. Well, it hasn't, maxed out at 84 degrees. I don't think that's too bad. I can try it with I think that's all for that. 58 FPS under 1080 stress test. Is that about right? Heather? For no seat. Have a look at temps on this. It's literally just going to sit under my TV. I'm not a gamer or anything like that, but it's going to be something I can try. So we'll put it under a power test on here, which will test GPU, CPU, and everything else on here as if this is only use the thing. Brilliant piece of software. Nobody's using this. OCCC lets you test components on, test them in defined parameters. I find it really, and it'll monitor temperatures. And the good thing is, if it crashes during it, it'll bring a log file back up on your next start of the software. See that? So we're at 99% on there. Temperature of the CPU is a rather toasty 95 degrees. I would say that that's going to thermal throttle. So we have come down, but it is extra what we are putting it through. So it is managing itself on that. Memory isn't filling up nicely, and GPU also being GPU isn't actually power test. I think what that is a new test. That is A. Banging on that and just see if it does anything. Touchpad might be off in the BIOS. Yeah, it could be. Could be. I'm still copying across to my memory stick. It is 45 gigabytes is the Snappy driver install package. So it's a bit of a big file. But I did download all the drivers. Strangely enough, when I downloaded it and run it on my PC, it actually came back as 3 recommendations, which struck me as being a bit strange because I do keep mine pretty much updated. Certainly with WHCQ approved ones from Windows, and manufacturer ones really from manufacturer motherboard and so on. This system's an older one now. It's an X570 board, I think. Like that, I can't remember. I built it 21, 22, something like that. I use it daily, on like a lot of people. We use everything daily, don't we? So everything looks okay on that. The GPU really isn't with anything that I can really see. Temperatures are good. It is a variable test. Thermart ones certainly put it in place, and so then kind of just scrolls it up and down. And 4%. I don't think that's sure. I think all in all, that one too bad. Give it a couple of minutes just to get the memory stick out of heaven. No, it's an older one. Quite like this one because it two. if you get used to running one thing, you get used to seeing results a little. So yeah, anybody tuning in, bottom right hand corner is the machine that we're running, and it came to us in this state with a curved screen, all smashed up and everything else. So we're just seeing if it's working. So far so good. Agree to that, and we will say we want quality. Let's go to isolation on, and I don't want more 8 just to make it. And we'll do only running. Could actually put sound on for you, so you go. I can't hear. Hoping. Hear the background sound for that? If somebody can let me know that you can hear the background sound. I've not ever put background audio on. Is that the audio that you can hear, or is that something? Hear the background sound for that? I'll turn it back off just in case it's wrong. Got 10 seconds left, and then I can eject the memory. The stick it in the laptop and see if have a look at this snappy driver install. Oh, I couldn't hear the sound. Okay, thanks, James. It was bouncing up on the VU meter, but I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure what was coming through, so that's why I didn't want to let it play too long. Yep. Going to shut escape. Go through its rigmarole. Memory card is stick this in the USB slot on here. Yeah, so I've not used this a ton myself, so please bear with me. What were it called? And it is. So what this should do should scan the computer as it's done and tell me any drivers that. So as we can see, it's told me there's a load. This is all just from sticking the USB in. So I presume we just go update driver available, which is also more optimal. So do we just tick all, select all? I've not used it yet, so I don't want to restore point. So I presume that's all I do. And then what this should do, it should install drivers. So if we look at device manager, again, I've not used this myself, John. But if this does work, this can be a big time saver for me, because at the moment, like everybody, when we install Windows, we need to install drivers. You have to go searching for drivers if they're not on Windows website and things like that. This is one piece of software, if you've not used it before, which enables you to, it scans your system like you saw, and now it's going to install any drivers, and even drivers which are installed. It looks like it's saying, oh, I found an updated one, I'm going to do it. This tool is completely free. I'm not selling it. It's not sold by anybody. It's completely free and open source as well. So it's not like one of these which is on there, which is like driver, let me spy on you, let me add malware, let me do all this. This is a free piece of software which is open source to do. It's not there. You're not the commodity like you are with a lot of free software on there. So anybody, please be assured that this isn't this isn't a piece of spyware manifesting itself, but I've not used it before. I've had it recommended by other people in chat. I'm not taking any credit for this. The good folks in chat who's done. It's looking, yeah, used it for years. Great tool. Yeah, I'd never even heard of it. It's totally skipped me and passed me by. Totally skipped me and passed me by. But it does what it says on the tin. It's installed everything, and it's still going ahead and installing everything else. When you do 44GB total download, yeah, it was. Is that where? Does it tell you somewhere? Does it tell you somewhere on there? It was a big old file, but I suppose when you've got it, the question I was going to ask, and Chris 5966 might be able to answer this. When I do the updates again, do I have to download the entire 44GB, or does it just download the updates automatically? Does it self-update differences? Do you know that, or do you have to keep? We've got an expert. Ooh, that's good. Yeah, does it self-update? Can you, or anything like that? I think, but I don't know. It downloads latest indexes. Ah, right. Okay. Okay. Full version is 44 gig. Yeah, it is a big one. It is a big one, but it's if you've got a memory stick which holds it, it's I use 1TB memory sticks, the SanDisk ones, because I wear everything else out. These last me probably about a year to 18 months. Everything else I kill within space of 2 to 3 months. But so 44GB for my grand storage, it isn't a great deal. Yeah. Yeah, because I think probably other than graphics cards, there's not a lot of movement in a lot of drivers for significant change, unless there's a big difference. It's like JFix's stuff. I got 32GB USB, and he was like, yeah, gonna need a larger one. Yeah, the SanDisk ones, they're not cheap. I've just bought. I think the first one I bought was about 180 quid, I think it was. I've just bought a refurbed one off Amazon because they had it on a was it a Black Friday sale or Prime Day sale for a refurbed one, £77. I actually got it and tested it against my one I bought new, which is about a year old now, and the refurb one was actually faster. Not a great deal, but it was faster. But yeah, the SanDisk ones, if you are a heavy user on USBs, it's worthwhile. To put that into perspective for me, the 1TB ones use it's like an SSD inside rather than the eMMCs, whatever they are, so they are performing faster. I can install Windows from the USB in around 6 minutes, so it makes a big difference on time for me. On a an half decent spec laptop, as opposed to the cheaper ones will be treble that time easily. So they pay for themselves how much I install those. So this is saying this failed to install. Okay, so it has. Ooh, here we go. It's found a graphics one as well. I'd only just put that on, but it was an old driver that I'd got for that. i6, this laptop is better than my phone. But if you are looking at you want to look at one. They are the SanDisk Extreme Pros. Yeah, it's the Extreme Pro. As I say, I just got the. I got that one on Amazon the other week. Just to add to my collection because it's good value at £77. But I've got 4 I use them day in, day out. I do try and alternate them a little bit because I do wear them out. But what I found is as well, it's not so much the pins that I wear out, the actual nans I wear out, because they get so hot. Certainly, if I'm backing a laptop up of 40 to 50 gigabytes, they don't half get hot, and it just kills the flash. And they've been solid. I think since using them, I probably killed one. Everything else has been absolutely. So we are on this one. That's installing graphics. I will be mightily impressed, or I am mightily impressed. This is A, the laptop is working, and B, the Snappy Dragon. Thank you so much to the people in chat who recommended this the other day and today as well. I'll be putting it onto all the memory sticks. It's just pain when you can't get drivers. My definition, but we know that didn't. I bet that is sound drive. Wow. Installation complete. System. Can't click it. Drivers just like can. Restart on that. Start. See if we restart. It's thinking. It's thinking. We have picture. Well, Soren will be really proud. A picture on external screen because we don't have a screen. But we have picture. Do you know what I might do? I might see if I can price up or see if I've got a screen. Certainly needs hinges. Certainly needs hinges. Yeah. Still that one though. Don't like the audio driver, does it? Copy this drive actually. That's where a lot of computers, so copy it over to there. That one there. Yeah, I might have a look, and it's got a touchpad driver there, so James were right by saying that. Touchpad is actually working. That's me using the touchpad now. It's not the mouse, so I'm not going to do that because one thing I've ain't broke, don't make. And still that audio driver. So the only one it's really failed at is the audio driver. This is the memory card, by the way. My memory stick. You can see how quick it transfers. I mean, that's a USB memory stick copying from there to the hard drive. One of these SanDisk Pros, just sub 400 megabits a second. That's pretty decent transfer rate on USB. If you had a cheaper one, you could well be into 20 to 30 megabits. So the difference in performance for the higher end ones are a lot better. And I've had Samsungs, I've had Corsairs, Kingstons, I've had quite a lot of different makes. You bought an EEMC plus a case plus 256 to solder it on. The one I have takes after 10 gigabytes from 350 to 80. Takes the 10 gig from 350 to 80. I don't quite understand what that means. Is that the speed you mean? The DRAMless SSD. Ah, right. You can't use that as a USB memory stick though, can you? No, mine's USB-A, not USB. That one. So yeah, just sharing my view on it. That's kind of where I am with it on there. So we'll just press that button. It should shut down. We should pull that out and pull that out. So I think all in all, call that a bit of a W. I've got a 512 gigabyte drive to put in it as well, which came with it, and so on. I like what you have, but a Transcend branded one, SSD based USB, small, gets red hot. They do get warm, I will say that. They do get warm, but yeah, it's again personal choice on some of them. I did some research. I quite liked these, and I've killed a lot of memory sticks in my time. So that's why I bought a few of them. But no doubt there will be something better for different circumstances out there. It's not one size that fits all, is it? Yeah, I've seen those. I've got a couple of those as well. I'm just trying this bit of a bigger case with a big heatsink and everything else in it for those. I've got several ones of these as well, but again, you can't boot from these like you can with a USB memory stick because they don't recognise it in the same way. I tend to use these more for storage, for backups, for transferring data like that, as opposed to Ventoy. I've not successfully got something like this to play nice with Ventoy. I'm sure there's a way of doing it. I'm sure there's a way, but I've got these for both USB-C and A on those, because as you know, James, I have I've got a ton of M2 drives as well, so I do try and do that as well. Yeah, just because you can never have enough storage sometimes to do things with. And if I'm working on, I don't know, 2 to 6 laptops, it's useful just to have either decent ones just to speed it all up, or storage to start backing them things up. Yeah, that's what I like. But yes, right. So I think that's for me is a little bit of a win. I will maybe price up, if I can, how much it's going to cost for a screen and a hinge, because I might just get away with straightening, because the back's only plastic, so the back isn't really damaged too badly. I might price up a screen and a pair of hinges. You can boot with yours. Ah, okay. You might be able to boot with it, but will it boot into something like Ventoy if it's a SSD? Because don't they need a separate controller chip built onto it to recognise it as a USB like that? I've tried booting SSDs via a cable with Ventoy and different bits on, and it just won't play ball. But hey, everyone's mileage might vary on that. I'm not saying that I am the definitive on it. It's just what's worked for me. That's the thing. So yeah, what I might do is try and see if I've got a screen, because I've got quite a lot of screens. So I might have a screen for this, and then it might mean I only have to grab a pair of hinges. So I might do a little bit of research on this. So we might see the curved screen one coming back to play in a later video or later stream or something like that. So now I know the actual unit's working. That's half the battle. So yeah, got me thinking on that one. It would be a shame just to stick it under the TV and just use it as a streaming box. I mean, I can get a Fire Stick to do that, can't I suppose? I only use a laptop as it is because I had a laptop. It just might be a bit of a crying shame. So yeah, might see if we can get this working. Then give it away as a prize to a subscriber, like I've done. Try to do with several other bits and bobs. So yeah, if we can get this working, might give it away as a sub prize, maybe towards Christmas or something like that. With it being more expensive and things like that, to one of the subscribers, loyal fans. See how it goes. So yes, guys, that is me probably done for tonight. I wanted to wrap it up at midnight or thereabouts. So didn't have much success with that first one. Where the we'll call it a learning curve, because we did manage to learn how to take a EC chip on and off, what to do, what not to do. If you are watching and do want a chance to win this, by the way, when it is repaired, just make sure you hit the subscribe button on there. It is an i5 and an RTX 3050. So, but yeah, we'll call this a learning curve on that one. We'll call this a win. I think we'll call this a win on that one. And we never got round to doing the Mac, which I'm quite pleased about because they always stress me and tire me out. So that's me done for another day. I won't be live streaming this week again, I don't think, because I've got a lot on this week. I've got a video coming out now today, Tuesday, and I will try and put some more videos out there as well, some more how-tos and whatnot. So I'm still learning on what content probably favours me and things like that. So please do check them out. Please do hit the like if you like it. Any comments, criticisms, anything that you've got to put, please let me know, because at the end of the day I'm talking to a computer screen and without you guys at the other side, I don't know whether I'm doing it right, wrong or indifferent. Whether it's comments, criticism, advice, it all comes from the right place. I know it does, and it all gets treated as such. So yeah, take it all on board. So thank you so much. Everyone have a really safe day tomorrow, a safe week. Take care. Enjoy the time with whoever you're spending it with, and I'm sure we'll catch up, not this week, but maybe next week on a live stream or in somebody's chat, and we'll post some videos. Thanks a lot, guys. Take care. See you soon. Bye now.